We'll call to order the City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. It is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do the roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Here.
Commissioner Frislowski.
Here.
Commissioner Marone.
Here.
Commissioner Grouse.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Any changes to the agenda?
Oh, Mayor, I would like to add a discussion item as a stormwater discussion. And in light of that heavy rain that we had, the 5 inches of rain, I've got a few thoughts and ideas that I'd like to run by the City Commission.
We'll add it as 6C.
Okay, thank you.
Any other changes?
I'd like to add a discussion item. I don't know if it's appropriate as a discussion item. We have a conditional use permit hearing scheduled for our next regularly scheduled commission meeting, and it's a conditional use permit in District 4, which I'm familiar with. I am going to be on vacation during that hearing, and I'd like to see if we can move it to the following commission meeting. So if we can just add that, and then we can discuss whether or not everybody's agreeable with it or not.
Yeah, just so long as we just talk about procedurally, no substantive discussion about it.
It purely, that's the discussion. I'm purely procedural.
Okay.
We'll add that as item D.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull out from the consent agenda item 3C on the operational yard wall expansion change order, and item 3E, which is the agreement with PayPoint HR LLC.
We'll move those items to 6E and F. Any other changes? Do we have a motion to amend the agenda as recommended?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Frislowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, looks like we have some audience comments.
We do, and so I wanted to just try something different. I wanted to let you all know how many people were signed up so you can kind of understand, time-wise and how we're going to move business along. So we do have two 10-minute requests that are speaking on behalf of an organization. Besides that, we have another
One more.
7, 8.
Is that the same organization twice or two separate
No.
organizations?
Separate organizations. And, sorry, my microphone was on. I have 2 speakers that will be coming on behalf of one organization. They're going to utilize the 10 minutes together. They have 4 individuals from the organization here present who have signed speakers cards notifying me that they will not be speaking on the item. However, this is unique. I've never encountered this in my career here, nor the place I went to before, where we also had this same type of format. I have another person who is asked to maybe speak, if these 2 individuals do not get everything that they want out, to speak during their 10 minutes, to utilize 3 minutes as not part of the organization, even though he is part of the organization. So I said I would bring that to your all attention. I don't have the authority to permit nor deny his ability to speak.
I think our procedure is pretty clear. You have 3 minutes or you have 10 minutes. If that person wishes to speak by themselves on whatever issue for 3 minutes, they have that, but
Okay.
will not be allocating it to the additional 10 minutes.
Right. That's right.
Are we in agreement with that? Yes.
Okay.
Just following the...
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so in that case, we're going to start out with Tiffany and Douglas for Tampa Bay Markets. Tiffany and Douglas? Oh, okay, sorry. Hi. Sorry. No, that's fine. Yeah. They prepared a presentation which they're going to speak to.
Do we have a soft copy?
Yeah. I
I'm really not a fan of paper, we just killed the tree. We did, we killed the tree.
Are they part of the market or speaking on behalf of the market, or?
I am a co-owner of Tampa Bay Markets,
Okay.
speaking on behalf of the Corey Avenue Market.
I did get the presentation ahead of time, but I was not made clear to me. I knew that they were presenting packets to you, and it was not made clear to me that I needed to give it to IT to upload, and so that's where we're at right now in this moment in time.
So no one else can see the presentation?
Sorry?
No one else can see the presentation?
No,
Can we at least put it on the overhead, or?
we can. I'm trying to go through my
Just
emails
flip
to
it and
find
put it right on the overhead.
Amber, can we just put it on the overhead in front of you? Page by page, someone will have to flip it.
Greg, can you come
Got it digital too.
Ready? Hi, everybody. I'm Tiffany. I'm co-owner of Tampa Bay Markets, and we have been operating the Corey Avenue Market under the umbrella of the Corey Avenue Business Association,
So, Tiffany, what's your last name?
Ferecchia.
And where do you live?
I live in Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us time to present the Tampa Bay Market story and the opportunity to highlight what we have done to create a successful market for the Corey Avenue District. When my partner Greg and I founded Tampa Bay Markets in 2010, we began as a grassroots startup with one market location and a vision to create markets that serve vendors who sell farm fresh produce, homemade foods, handmade crafts, and eco-friendly products. Since then, we have grown into an organization with a staff of 9 that serves over 600 vendors on a monthly basis and operates 14 market locations across Tampa Bay. We operate with a purpose to create opportunities for economic growth. We do this by bringing together local growers, makers, and engaged customers every week. Ourselves and our team work hard to curate the best markets and strengthen the social fabric of the community. We have some market milestones we'd like to talk about. In 2014, we signed a contract with the Corey Avenue Business Association to take over and revitalize an underperforming market on Corey Avenue that had previously been operated by CABA. Our goal was to create a new, vibrant market concept for the entire St. Pete Beach community. Our first season kicked off with 40 vendors from October to May. It was very much different from the previous market. Also, in 2014, we renamed and rebranded the market. We launched a new multi-platform marketing strategy created the market's first presence on social media with Facebook and Instagram. We designed and produced print collateral and launched an advertising campaign, in 3 local magazines. In 2017, we teamed up with the University of Florida to complete a market study to provide further data to show the market's impact as an economic driver for its community. Here are some of the key results. The annual amount of shoppers during that time frame were over 49,000. The annual gross receipts at businesses nearby the market reached over $5,678,000. The average dollar amount spent on the market day per shopper was at least $22, and in nearby businesses, it was $25. The average daily spend at the market was over $33,000, and at nearby businesses, it was over $177,000. Since 2017, we have expanded the market from 30 market days now to 50 market days, and our vendors have gone from 40 to 80 plus. We can only imagine what the impact is now on the economy. We grew the market. We continued to do what we do best, We handpicked the best high-quality vendors and sought out the best produce vendor available for this market location. She is now our major anchor. We also opened up a farm to fresh market program where we offer free space to local farmers to participate. We instituted a stringent vendor application process. We make sure that our vendors have proper licensing and insurance to operate. We have strict rules for vendor compliance and safety, and we work hard to make sure our vendors offer professional outdoor storefronts and displays. Some more market milestones are that in 2020, we created a drive-through market for our customers to be able to purchase essential market items during the pandemic. With this, we also created an online ordering platform to help keep our vendors' businesses afloat. CABA unfortunately declined the opportunity to join this effort, so we worked directly with the City of St. Pete Beach to create a safe pathway to service our dedicated customers. In the summer of 2020, the market resiliency efforts continued with Tampa Bay Markets and the City of St. Pete Beach with the expansion of the summer market. This socially distanced market followed CDC protocols in concert with local county ordinances and safe public operations. In 2021, Tampa Bay Markets entered into the 9th market season agreement with CABA and its 2nd summer market season with the City of St. Pete Beach, separate from CABA. In 2022, the seasonal market agreement ended between Tampa Bay Markets and CABA, and negotiations for a contract renewal stalled, and the agreement was not renewed. Doug?
I'm Doug Manson. You could probably tell from the uniform I'm an attorney. I see that Mr. Dickman also got the memo in a gray suit. I represent Tampa Bay Markets, and this is on the issue of CABA. You know, the negotiations are stalled, not ended, but the issue is that from 2014 to 2022, they were underperforming under the terms of the contract. You know, from that time, Tampa Bay Markets grew from 20 vendors to 80 vendors. Under the agreement, 35% of the gross revenue for the vendors' fees collected went to CABA. And yet they didn't sign the contract again because CABA was unable to perform. They didn't communicate very well. Its change of leadership was frequent. You go to the next page. And they didn't handle the traffic flow issues, which was part of their contract, with porta potties that were overflowing and not sufficient. After many, many requests, they didn't do anything to market it or clean it up or to get more porta potties. They didn't want them to discuss or talk directly with you on safety issues, and which is impossible when you're trying to coordinate if the marketing and the concessions aren't being made and the discussions aren't being made. This is partly because the board itself changed many times, and even some of the members had complained about that to our organization. They had a duty to market, but their marketing campaign was inconsistent, and their efforts weren't ongoing. And when asked, like, what were the efforts going on, they weren't able to supply the documentation to show that. And also the idea of, you have to park, obviously have the booths on the street. You've got to, the night before, then keep those no parking signs up and make sure that people don't park where the vendors are going to be. And that was part of CABA's duties, and they weren't able to condition that either. They did not complete and perform under the contract. So when we went back to start the negotiations, one of the first things that they're requesting or conditioning it on is that we have no discussions with the City of St. Pete Beach, which is key to being able to make the market a success for safety and for the ability to move quickly when things change, when something happens. In addition to that, CABA has been reaching around us now after giving us 24 hours to respond on June 2nd to their demand for a contract. They have not met with us, even though we requested to do that. And then they've been talking to the vendors, trying to independently sign them up. And they've also been advertising they're going to put out a new RFP. CABA is. So all that's to say it's difficult, but it's still ongoing to negotiate a contract when there isn't performance and when there hasn't been good faith attempts to negotiate. Back to you, Tiffany.
So we're on to the future of the market. We believe in giving back. Tampa Bay Markets believes in giving back in support of local small business as an important core value of our organization. Continued contributions to local nonprofits is an important component in our proposal to continue operating fair and equitable market for St. Pete Beach community. The city and local nonprofit will receive funds directly from the market's proceeds to invest in Corey Avenue and all of St. Pete Beach. Forward planning to create an even more robust market community for all involved. We have a Going Green campaign that we're getting ready to launch, and in addition, we'd like to come up with an EBT plan for the market to support low-income families or anybody who needs assistance using EBT. Tampa Bay Markets has continued operating the market safely and efficiently each week outside of the contract. We have not been under contract, and it continues to grow, and the market is flourishing. We have joined hands most recently with a nonprofit, Beta Bay, because we have not been under contract with CABA. We wanted to donate a portion of our proceeds and continue giving back to the community. We have revitalized our branding and marketing and advertising. We've created a new logo, and we had to redo all of our social media by not signing on a contract with CABA. Our marketing and advertising includes in-kind and paid annual placements, and we're going to continue to work with the New Barker, the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber Visitors Guide, and ongoing magazines such as Gabber and the Paradise News and the Beacon family of papers. The new market season starts October 1st, so we're trying to come to a resolution with this. We have 80 vendors booked already. We've already launched our process in booking, and it's underway, and we've got 80 vendors signed up and ready to go. Aurora's Fresh Produce is our main anchor, and she's agreed to continue working with us and does not want to work with any other organization. Other fruits and vegetables include Greens and Things and Florida Fruit Co-op. We have live music booking underway, and we have 50-plus performance opportunities for local artists. We're going to continue our Farm to Fresh Market program,
Thank you.
and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
My name is Greg Barnhill. I live at 11830 Sky Lake Place in Tampa. In addition to the presentation that was distributed to City Council and staff, an additional item there is the copy of the certificate of insurance for insurance that we have carried, naming the city as the lost payee since January of this year. There was a concern at the last meeting when the market came up that there has not been insurance coverage, and that is an incorrect statement. Additionally, there is a letter of recommendation from the City of Madeira Beach. They are more than happy with the efforts we do with their weekly market, and we're looking forward to continuing that relationship. We also have submitted a letter of recommendation from the City of Dunedin, where we have had a weekly market twice a week for 15 years with the City of Dunedin. And again, they're very happy with that, and we have just renewed our contract for an additional 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I have a question for the presenters. What's the status of the 35%? Because if there's no contract, the previous contract said 35% would be it was given to CABA. There has been no contract, so where's the 35% going?
It is covering the portalet expense, which was a part of the original contract with CABA. It's covering the additional advertising that was a part of the original contract that's not being done. It is also a monthly donation to the Beta Bay Foundation, which we've been doing on a consistent monthly basis, and covering the additional expenses of the market.
So you're not keeping any part of the 35% right now?
The 35% on the original contract was 35% of the gross revenues.
Yes, I understood.
Yes. We employ 5 people to make the market happen on a weekly basis. So there are also overhead expenses covering the certificate of insurance, the commercial insurance.
Okay, thank you.
The expenses for running the event.
Thank you.
City Manager, if you wouldn't mind just reminding us, how did they operate for the last year? Was it with or without a permit? I know we discussed it
yes.
last time, but
Yes, they have been operating without a permit.
without a permit.
Correct.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Robbie Khan.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Robbie Khan, and I own Simply Perfect at 326 Corey Avenue. And July 1st, I will start my 29th year on Corey Avenue. So I started small, and I've grown. I came here tonight. I'm kind of known by some people as Switzerland. I don't necessarily take a side, but I want to hear everything. Unfortunately, I don't know everything. I am a business on Corey Avenue. I've been a member of CABA for 27 years. And it doesn't mean that all of us are in support of what's happening right now. I have no problem with the market in my business. I have told several people I hate to see it go, especially right now with the economy and what we're producing on the beach. I don't see anything broken. I think it works very well. They have a great manager. The whole purpose of starting the market was to help benefit the businesses on Corey. It wasn't just to provide something for the residents of the city, it was to help our businesses. And after so many years, the Sunday markets not only pay my rent, pay my personnel, and all my expenses. I make all that just on Sundays. So can I afford to lose this market? No. I think there's some things that have to work out. I know at the last commission meeting, you asked for the board to get back with the members to discuss things. We have not had a meeting. We haven't had any communication, unfortunately. And hopefully, I mean, I don't want to air out anything here, but I'm hoping that we can somehow work together to see what's actually going on and what we all want. There's a lot of, I don't know who the members are of Corey Avenue Business Association. I do know there's several businesses on the street that are no longer members. But I think before any decisions are made, hopefully we can get a more unified group together to make some of those decisions. And I'm in favor of this market. If it's not broken, don't fix it. My fear would be that they would move it somewhere else close by, you know, and we've got wonderful vendors. So I saw Mr. Igotum's in here, and he remembers back when it was a small market, somebody wanted to put another barbecue person here, and I fought for him, and we got to keep him. And I don't know if you've ever had his food, but it's worth him being here. He draws a lot of people. So that's all. I just want you all to know that all the members are not in agreement with what is going on. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Edna Hicks. You have to move it.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brian, can you bring up that presentation, please?
Okay. Okay, my name is Edna Hicks. I'm on 46th Avenue in St. Pete Beach, and I'm making comments on behalf of the Protect St. Pete Beach Political Action Committee. We appreciate the opportunity to share our comments on important topics related to the development on St. Pete Beach. We want to ensure that the development projects on St. Pete Beach's infrastructure are improvements that beautify our community for the mutual benefit of the residents and visitors alike, without increasing traffic, congestion, demands on infrastructure, or threatening wildlife and natural resources. We have information to present to the Commission on what we believe is an opportunity to improve how the city is handling the process around conditional use permits through a case study of 046 Avenue. We have another example how the city is managing contracts. And lastly, we want to revisit the recording of technical review committees meetings. On July 25th, an incomplete conditional use permit was submitted by the Plaza Beach Resort, and revision is not yet approved to our knowledge. The technical review committee was held on April 5th. The trees were removed from the property without a permit, and the permit was issued after the fact, and it doesn't represent all the trees that were actually removed. On July 30th, 2022, we started basically documenting the illegal parking taking place on that lot without compliance, outside the compliance with the codes. Further review of the correspondence of the August 22nd from one of our residents requesting to meet with the city staff that was denied. The city manager stated that there had not been any parking lot construction and that he knows that the conditional use permit is incomplete. Despite this property continues to be used as a parking lot, and we, the citizens, are concerned. Illegal use of this parking lot continues. This was recorded on Labor Day weekend 2022. On December 17, 2022, it was observed by a resident that squatters were staying overnight on the property. At this point, it was confirmed that the July 22nd conditional use permit was not approved as the initial submission was incomplete. Also, it was revealed that the fence was not permitted, and that fence is still there today. December 20th email from the CEO stating that the lot has not been established by code to park any vehicles in it. Code enforcement was sent to look at the property. On December 22nd, 2022, the notice of violation was issued with violations to be corrected by January 15th, 2023. On January 4th, there was a number of cars and an RV with people sleeping in them were still on the property. On January 26th, there was a RV on the property. One of the residents called the hotel and they were told that they needed to pay $45 for parking with no hookups. This was brought to the city staff's attention and we still haven't received a response. On March 4th, we had somebody sleeping overnight on a pickup truck. A violation hearing was scheduled for March 13, 2023, but we haven't been told it was put on hold pending the conditional use permit. Illegal use of this permit, of this land continues. Here's a picture this past Memorial Day weekend, and it's being used for paid parking nowadays. Tonight, we are coming to understand how these multiple violations can go unaddressed and what the city will do about it. In the future, we want to expand our objections to the parking lot as planned and ask you to consider if the applicant truly has a hardship for any conditional use or variance. For instance, the request is for 104 spaces for a 41-room hotel that already has 39 spaces. So what does he need 104 spaces for? We will also outline the safety, hazards, and detriments to the residents' quality of life. No conditional use permit or variance should be granted to 046th Avenue. The city should not reward violators of our codes and ordinances, and they should be punished. Additional parking is not needed, and there have been no traffic studies or any studies submitted to reveal the potential use as a parking lot with regards to potential utility problems, underground problems, safety at this intersection, the playground behind it. The parking lot is incongruent with the goals of the Activity Center District where this lot is located. Clear and present danger at this intersection, as we just lost 2 pedestrians this year, and we're going to have valet crossing that street on a regular basis. The fence should be removed since it was not permitted, and the land should be sodded as required by code. Violation hearings should be scheduled as soon as possible as violations continue to occur. There has not been any due diligence or third-party validation that this land is adequate for this type of development as a valet parking lot. The 46th entrance of the property is across from several apartment parking spaces and 4 other driveways to commercial properties. The Dolphin Village, the Drunken Clam, the Shell Station, and Yakimono are within yards. At this corner on 46, there are no traffic lights, no pedestrian crosswalks, or traffic calming devices, and barely do we have sidewalks there. Additionally, we have tow trucks are frequently coming out of the Dolphin Village parking lot entrance with multiple cars, and there are many rideshare drop-offs at the Drunken Clam next to this lot. We are all aware of the recent pedestrian deaths on Gulf Boulevard, right at this property, proving a clear and present danger to any people parking on the lot or valet staff attempting to get across Gulf Boulevard back to the Plaza Beach property resort. Are valet staff or visitors going to survive going back and forth? Any approval of this conditional use permit or variance would be an irresponsible decision by the city and could put us at risk and the city at risk for a lack of due diligence for development that compromises safety in this way. As we, the residents of St. Pete Beach, we see the city is not appropriately enforcing current ordinances. This was an example. Another example are where we see opportunities for improvement and better management within our city processes. One example we share tonight is regarding landscaping for Lido condos, which was approved February 22nd via an email from Commissioner Ward Frislowski, who is an owner of the unit in the Lido Beach condos. The work order from February 22nd was not signed by the city manager, and the commission was forced to retroactively approve the request 6 months later at the June 28th commission meeting. With so much development ahead, we are concerned about the city management making sure that they cross all the T's and all the I's are dotted as the various hotels go through with the appropriate process. And lastly, we would like to revisit our request that was made at the last city commission meeting to record technical review committee meetings, as we believe transparency is the best way to accountability. In lieu of this, we have referenced the extensive note-taking and agenda preparation made by City of Clearwater as an example of written documentation that should be provided if video recording is not implemented as requested. Thank you for your time and attention to the concerns of the residents of St. Pete Beach.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Mrs. Hicks, since you had mentioned me a couple slides ago, that was inaccurate. What were you saying that I approved?
We have, I can go back. There was an email. Is that it?
Yeah, I did not approve this. If you go back on the record, the snippet that you have over on the left-hand side was something that was signed by the president of Lido Condominium prior to the city. That middle portion is an email from me that just explained some of the requests of the Lido. And over on the right-hand side was the first page of an action item, of which if you go back to that city commission meeting, I recused myself. And I simply recused myself because I live at the Lido, and the Lido gave up an easement to allow the city to put a public utility in there. So I really don't understand. You're inaccurate with your accusations, and it's really sort of distressing that you've done a lot of homework here, but apparently it's not the correct information.
Well, thank you for your clarification.
Okay. I'd like to have, do you agree to strike this from the record?
I don't know. What-
Well, I'm asking
Okay,
nicely.
yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's all, the documentation's all here. These are pieces of it.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And just
It's kind of amazing to me. This is kind of what's the no good deed goes unpunished. You try and help out with the city. The Lido condominium provided a public easement, and then somehow there's some accusation in
It
here.
was just the timing that we were questioning, that's all.
Well, but the timing is not even accurate.
Okay.
To accuse the city manager of not acting appropriately, it's, the documentation is right there. The Lido had to sign the agreement before it came to the city commission, before the city manager would be
Okay,
authorized.
thank you
to
for
sign.
your clarification.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Grimm? No.
I guess, yeah, I mean, I'll ask city manager for clarification, or is there a time estimate? I mean, the conditional use permit application is still in process, the one being referred to in the first 15 or so charts. I mean, we are, the decision-making belongs by process is by the city commission, no one else. Is there an estimate on when that will come to the city commission for our review?
I don't know what the date is yet. I can send you the date once I sit down with staff and see what else they're missing.
Okay.
Right.
One question for the city manager. There seems to be a suggestion that there's continued code violations at the property that are not being, allegedly not being addressed because there's this pending CUP application. Can you speak to whether the city does not enforce ordinances where there is a pending application and the application hasn't been heard yet?
No, if people are parking there illegally, then if we get notified, we will go on and address that on a case-by-case basis, and we'll be enforcing that. As you know very well, on long weekends, we don't get to every illegal parking activity that happens in the city. It is practically impossible to do that. That doesn't mean that anything else is going on with that lot, other than it happens a lot throughout the city on a long weekend because staff is stretched thin. But yeah, there's nothing that it will grant them special conditions because they are coming to a conditional use permit. In terms of the merits of the conditional use, I don't want to start discussing that because that's going to be a quasi-judicial issue, and that's going to, I mean, that this testimony here will be added to the record, but the discussion between staff and our recommendation pro or against it will come when the item is in front of you.
Thank you.
And as a point of clarification, we are discussing the live streaming later as 6A for the technical review. Next comment?
Joe Mulholland.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name's Owen Joseph Mulholland. I go by Joe. I live at 199 21st Avenue in St. Pete Beach. I believe this matter, and I apologize, I think this matter may have already been discussed back in the fourth row. I was unable to hear it. On the 27th of June, there's a conditional use permit that's coming up that has significant potential quality of life impacts for many of us that live down around Paso Grill and Vina Del Mar. And I was just going to propose that since our commissioner, as I understand it, is not going to be available for that meeting, that it be considered that that hearing get moved. You may have already done that. You talked about it. I couldn't hear it back then, but I was already signed up, so that's why I'm up here.
Thank you, sir. We'll be discussing it 6D.
I'm sorry?
We'll be discussing it item 6D
Okay.
a little bit later this evening. Thank you. Next comment, please.
John Kurzman.
Please rotate it.
John Kurzman, Bahia Shores. This is in reference to the comprehensive plan. So I mentioned...
Just for the record, you are a member of the Beach Steering Committee?
I am not here talking in the beach stewardship perspective. This is my own personal concern. The comprehensive plan, I mentioned at the 523 City Commission meeting, I want to understand where my comments that I submitted on paper to the second Serrata meeting, where they went, because the comprehensive plan says that a sign-in sheet and comment cards should be provided to all the attendees and that they will be provided to the city clerk within 3 days. And I wanted to know where they went. So these were two of my cards. I actually typed them ahead of time, and then these were two more of my cards. I actually had pictures and so forth that I submitted. And they were addressed a little bit during the meeting. And so I sent a letter to the city clerk, and then through the Freedom of Information Act, she provided back a letter. One was regarding the April 13th meeting, and of all the people that attended the Serrata meeting, they had only one comment card, please stop building. They only had one comment card that came from their attorney. And for the April 20th meeting, the April 20th meeting said there were no comment cards from the meeting. And I know I submitted my cards, and yet their letter from the attorney that was submitted to the city said there were no cards. This is a picture I actually took, and you can see April 20th down in the picture. And I've actually circled, you can see the person at the podium holding cards, the attorney standing up holding cards, the person who was walking around holding cards. And if any of the people were there, you'll remember people were using cards. Now, I'm not here to muddy the waters about the Serrata. What I'm here to do is say, it's a silly process to have the cards going through the applicant. You wouldn't have a variance handled that way either. And in fact, here's your counts. Tradewinds Serrata and the other Serrata meeting, this is the number of attendees, because we have the sign-in list, and these were the number of comment cards that were provided back to the clerk through the Freedom of Information that I got. And then also, I got this. This was one of the things that came back. And, they did give us the day of, this was the letter I got, the email on the 20th, where on the morning of the 20th, the second meeting, they said, hey, due to the audio-visual problems we were having, we're going to give you comment cards. Fill out the cards, because we're not going to use a mic this time. So on the 13th, they just passed a mic around, so there were no comment cards. On the 20th, they said, we're going to have you fill out cards. So again, nobody even knew the process was the only way our comments got to the city was if we filled out cards. So even their email said, we're going to give you cards to help the process.
Thank you, John.
So nobody knew.
Thank you, sir.
The process isn't working. The comprehensive plan needs to be fixed.
Thank you, sir.
So it's an issue with comprehensive. Thank you.
Next comment, please.
Ken Hartman.
Please state your name and address.
Good evening. Ken Houtman. My wife and I own Chill Restaurant on 357 Corey Avenue. Just here to go back to the Tampa Bay market. Sorry to bring it back up again, but listening to the May 23rd commission meeting, I know that the commission stated to Vincent Hunter, the member of CABA, that they should go back and talk to CABA members and the board to see what direction they should go in. We finally got an email yesterday, which was the 11th, that they were going to have a meeting this morning at 9 a.m. And then the president canceled the meeting due to some eye issues that he's having, which we definitely are, he's in our prayers. But so there hasn't been an official meeting of CABA to talk about any of the changes that are going on with the Tampa Bay markets. I just learned about half an hour ago that there was a letter sent on behalf of the CABA membership on June 2nd to Tampa Bay markets. So again, learning about that it's just disturbing that all these things are being done without the membership being involved in what's going on. As Robbie said, we rely on the market. Missing a week of the market could be detrimental to a lot of the businesses on the street and really hurt our businesses. And that's just our side of it. But there's also the residents that love the market. So we just hope that everybody can just get together and come up with a solution that works for residents and businesses together so that we can move forward. I am also, along with Robin Miller, the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber president, board members of the Bay to Bay Foundation. So I know it was mentioned that there was donations made to Bay to Bay Foundation, but I'm not sure how educated everybody is on the foundation that we're on the board of. Our foundation raises money that 100% of the proceeds, not $1 does not go back to families and organizations in need. We raised $30,000 at a golf tournament back in March and handed out checks for more than $30,000 because we still had some money left in the account. So everything that we do goes back to people in need in Pinellas County. We have a stipulation that unless the organization that we're sponsoring uses 85% of their money to go to the need, then we wouldn't donate to them. So I just want you to know that it's a great organization. We were so happy when Tampa Bay Markets reached out to us and said, hey, we do have proceeds, and we wanted to go back to Corey Avenue. So even when they were not being able to negotiate with CABA, they still wanted the money to go back to Corey Avenue. So, if you look up Bay to Bay Foundation, it's got a Corey Avenue address. It's a local foundation that does great stuff. My last thing really quick is that we started a Facebook page. It's called Friends of Tampa Bay Markets on Corey Avenue. And please just go and look at the amazing comments in support of Tampa Bay Markets and what a great job they're doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Next comment, please.
Lisa Robinson.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Lisa Robinson, 7100 Bogosiega Drive. I find myself standing up here once again addressing the commission about the city's compliancy to its own codes and ordinances. The blatant disregard to adhere to city codes and ordinances is not only a legal liability, but it's disrespectful to the residents and to the time and efforts of both this commission and its various committees. I've stood up here regarding the lack of compliancy to codes and ordinances in regards to quarry landings, and most recently regarding the lobbying ordinance. It's shocking and disappointing to find out that two of the management leaders here at the city manager and the chief operating officer, had meeting with lobbyists but did not file a report of such until after I brought this up here in this forum on May 9th. That is over 40 days later than their individual report was due. I question whether it ever was going to get filed. Lack of adherence to our code and ordinances by management does not instill faith in government, and it can have severe legal consequences that we all have to live with. I find myself a frequent requester of public info, and as such have found the city teetering on the verge of public info request lawsuits. Whether by design or not, this is yet another liability in failure of management here at the city. I'm currently reviewing special magistrate and the city manager code violation monetary reductions. It's my understanding that that ordinance is only through the special magistrate, any reductions. I find that there are a lot of reductions in those monetary damages or monetary reductions. I hope something is done. I hope management changes in some regards to have us adhere to our code and ordinances. This can't keep going on like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Robin Miller.
Good evening. Robin Miller, President and CEO of Tampa Bay Beach's Chamber of Commerce. Nice to see you all today. I'm just here to talk about the beach ordinance after sitting through the workshop and working diligently off and on for the last year. And I'm just going to go down a couple of bullet items that I made note of during the workshop. And the biggest one is that you discussed the definition of beach, and there was much discussion versus public versus private. And you moved through your workshop until the end where you started to contradict correcting something based on a private property or a public property. So I just, plead with you that as you continue your discussion, to keep that in the back of your mind, because you want to adhere to a private property on some things, but on some other things you're like, it doesn't matter if it's public or private. What Commissioner Grill zeroed in on was very accurate, that the business community, especially the hotel district, staffing time, pulling things all the way off the beach at sunset and then starting at sunrise. Some of my hoteliers at the chamber have even submitted what that calculation would look like to staff it up, take it off, and put it back on, and I can supply that information to you after this meeting. I also want to remind you that I did supply you with a spreadsheet that shows every hotel, the count of cabanas and chairs that they have at their property, the count of the number of employees that they employ at their property, the count of the property taxes that they submit, and then their sales tax revenue potential. That spreadsheet, if you need it, I will resend it. We want to talk to you about so zeroing public versus private, pulling the equipment on and off the beach, the suggestion that there is an equatable number per property, and also if you're going to make any specific change, that you look at some sort of grandfathering or timeline, because we do understand there will be some change. Change is inevitable, right? But what is that timeline for inventory purchasing to adhere to some easier ways to move mechanics and things like that? Everyone doesn't own the same type of equipment. Everyone has a different aesthetic to their property and the business that they run. They have a different clientele, from the Don Cesar, as we know, to PCI. That's the climate we live in, and I think it's just not as black and white as we may want it to be. So there is a gray area that we're just pleading that you really consider those key components as you continue to have this dialogue. Most of what we've read has crafted and has evolved, but that key component of removing sunset to sunrise, they're willing to do some things around turtle season, and I know we put that in writing to the commission as well, and I will submit everything else in a packet back to you guys. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And I ask it because we've had multiple representatives here tonight. For example, with the Chamber of Commerce, they're not part of the businesses. They're free to make any comments they would like, obviously. I'm trying to understand who's required to register as a lobbyist.
So the simple answer to that is if someone is paid to effectuate some kind of decision at the city, they are lobbyists. And I would say that that's a good example of someone probably should be reminded that if they're trying to affect the beach ordinance, they're lobbying. So that needs to be done. And I will tell you, you know, we've been, myself and Matthew, every time we hear from an attorney, like we heard from the attorney from Tampa Bay Markets, I think today or yesterday, and we reminded them, hey, you got to register as a lobbyist, I think, as well as CABA. So we're doing our best to remind people, hey, you've got to register. But I think the definition is very simple. Is like if you're paid to contact and lobby the people who are going to make decisions, especially on legislation like the beach ordinance, you're lobbying.
But not the owner of a company.
Not the owner of a company, no. I mean, I think if you
to just registering, I mean,
it's so easy because it's only $50 and you're registered. It's no big deal. We're doing our best. I can tell you that, like to get the word out. Like, hey, there's every time I do it, because it's just people aren't accustomed that ordinance is in place. Whereas in other jurisdictions, it's automatic. Like, hey, you got to go. So it's going to require the help of the administration as well. Whenever someone comes in or connects with, and it dawns on them, you know, that hey, this person might be a lobbyist. But that's a great example of someone that wouldn't just automatically think like, oh, that's a lobbyist. Did they register? It's no big thing. It's really a simple process.
Thank you.
Good question.
Next comment, please.
Deborah Schechner.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Deborah Schechner, Bocasiega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach, Florida. My first comment is the City Hall needs to do a better job landscaping. I don't see it lush out there at all, as we're asking other businesses to do. I think overall, the city landscaping could be better. And I know we have laws on the books, but I don't know why we look like that. I've traveled all over Florida. Most city halls have lush landscaping. I'd like to put that out there. When the Lido Park was purchased, Bocasiega Isle lost our beach parking. So now we don't have any more beach parking to go to the beach, to go to our beach access. I think it's important that we state that the future land use ornament elements, Goal 2, city shall ensure residential character of St. Pete Beach is maintained and protected. The other major goal of the city, number one job, is the safety of residents. And Ms. Edna did a great job. But 2 years prior, somebody else was killed on that corner. So now we have 3 deaths at that corner, as well as several injuries. We need to take a look at that. Mr. Cezanne has broken all the rules, has done it for many months, and literally receives no contest from the city. Nothing ever happens to him. I don't know why. It's unconscionable. Parking is paid for, it's illegal. People living on the property, it's illegal. Fence is illegal. Taking down the trees, I don't think an arborist was consulted. I don't know why we even entertain the parking lot or a hotel. When Serrata held their meeting, it was interesting that they had nothing to show us. So I propose the city have an ordinance regulation that if a hotel is going to present a community meeting, that not only do we have an actual plan with details, and then to be put on a site for residents to look at beforehand. They had boxes. That was it. How are we supposed to respond to boxes with nothing inside? I also have a question regarding hotels. Do they have to abide by the 50% FEMA rule? I think that's an important question for us to answer. And I think it's also important that we pause, comprehensive plan because there are too many issues to discuss for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schechner. Next comment, please.
Vincent Hunter.
Good evening. Pull this up a little bit. I'm Vincent Hunter, represent a board member with CABA, and I own the business on 300 Corey Avenue. I wasn't going to speak tonight until I heard some of what was going on. And I have to say the amount of misinformation around really boggles the mind. You know, I don't even know where to start. I certainly can't cover it all in three minutes, probably not in 3 hours. I'll first start with the last couple of things said by members of ours. Yes, the board held a vote. We are empowered by our bylaws to make those kinds of decisions that the board can hold. And we are instructed in the bylaws to notify at the next general meeting. And the next general meeting is coming up. But there's nothing we have done in any way, shape, or form that has been in any way what we're not empowered to do. We went back and we are following your directions precisely as they were given to us. You know, I show up here and I see a presentation. No, we're not in negotiations with TBM. We tried for 1.5 years to talk to TBM. 1.5 years. More times than I can even count to bring them to the table. And we were told, no, go pound sand at every single juncture. We have emails, we have letters from their attorney telling us they have no intention at all of working with us. And now they're up here trying to say that they aren't in negotiations with us. It just isn't true. For 18 months we tried to get them here. CABA is the rightful owner of this market, of the Sunday market. We hired, and had laughter back there, but we hired TBM. 10 years ago, we hired them. And now they're here. Everything else is just smokescreen. It's designed to keep the fact from a for-profit organization is trying to take the market that belongs to us, that we went to them for 1.5 years in good faith trying to work out and trying to take it for themselves. And they need the city's help to do it. That's what it all boils down to. Then bringing up the internal affairs, you know, the details of who CABA hired to manage the market, whether it was in the past or be it in the future, that's a private matter. It shouldn't be broadcast across public. What was paid to so-and-so and to such and such. And, you know, if the city commission wants to know it, of course, but to broadcast that out to the public, I'm not sure if that was actually prudent either. So I basically just wanted to say that, you know, we're following your directions. We will be back in touch soon. We almost have things worked out, and much of what you heard here tonight absolutely was not accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Next comment?
I have no more comments signed up.
No more comments.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just address something really, really quickly.
Certainly.
With regard to the lien reductions, it's very clear in the code under section 22-283, this is under the jurisdiction of the special magistrate. All lien reductions or fine reductions are to be heard by the special magistrate. So in my opinion, if anything's been done administratively, those are not valid. And if we learn of those, and we've heard of one, we've said no, and you've got to send it to the special magistrate. So I just want to make sure that it's abundantly clear. It's under the jurisdiction of the special magistrate.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, next we have section 3, consent items.
I will make a motion for approval with the understanding that 3C and 3E have been pulled for further discussion.
Do we have a second?
A second.
City Clerk, will you please do a roll call?
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action item 4, the city manager's performance and contract review. And if I may make a suggestion to the commission, there's 5 of us, and I think in the interest of, since I don't think we have a specific process for doing this, would you be opposed to just going one by one? Maybe ask questions, make comments, and then the other 4 commissioners can chime in on that commissioner's comments, and we just start at 1 and we go to 4, and I'll close this out.
Okay with that?
Just so that we have a structured.
Yeah, and the only thing I would say is I think we should, as a first step, have the city manager give an overview. And we have some information in the packet, but let the city manager give an overview.
Yeah.
We'll start with the city manager giving comments, his comments, and then we'll start with Commissioner Gauss.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to being your city manager and working here in the city of St. Pete Beach. As you know, I gave you a list of accomplishments over the last year, and I think we've done a lot. There are a lot of things that we put on our plate in terms of things that we want to accomplish, and sometimes we don't accomplish everything that we set to accomplish, and that's. But my philosophy is that it's better to aim high and miss by a little bit than aim too low in terms of what you're trying to accomplish. We have, I think, put together a great staff. We have a great team of people that work for you every day, and they really have the right attitude and the right desire to do a good job for the city. A lot of them are here tonight just to to hear your comments and the discussion that is going to ensue tonight. The other thing that I want to tell you is that not just over the last year, but over the last 4 years, the city has moved forward a lot in its ability to deal with our infrastructure issues, and we're really getting over the hump in terms of sewer repairs, road repairs, and in terms of piers and docks and crossovers, and we have really developed a great set of plans that are going to guide and control what needs to be done in the future. And I think, Ward, you were probably the only one who was here when I first got hired and everything else. And I told the commission then that the first 5 years we're going to really focus on putting every dollar that we had surplus into infrastructure. And we have done that, and I think we're getting to the point where now that we're completing the 4th year, that next year we can begin looking at discussions on reducing the tax burden on the residents. And there are many different ways that we can do that during the budget process, but I think we're getting to that point because a lot of the immediate concerns have been addressed. We do have a lot of long-term concerns. Resiliency, sea level rise, and all those things are going to be with us for the next 10, 20 years, and we can't forget of those things as well. But I think we have the right team and the right approach on how to do that. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions or hear your comments. Always looking for ways to improve how we work with the individual commissioners and with the commission as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Commissioner Grass, would you like to kick it off?
Well, just a couple quick comments. I have to agree with the city manager. I feel like the city is moving in a pretty good direction. We have accomplished a lot under his leadership. I know not everything is always going to be perfect between the folks working for the city and And I do have to say that in my observation, I think there may be some morale issues with some of the city employees. And I know that there probably always is maybe a way to improve the work environment a little bit. Maybe we should try to look into doing a few things as far as that goes.
Commissioner Grow?
Thank you. So I guess I would start off, I mean, certainly, and for those who haven't seen, the city manager gave us a list of accomplishments. I mean, we certainly have made a number of improvements in many areas across the city. Particularly on infrastructure, it's a shame the infrastructure got to where it got to in the state. I think it's much improved. I think, certainly, and I think the city manager and I, have a good working relationship. We speak, certainly before the meetings, and we call, we're not shy to call and discuss issues, and the issues that come up from residents and residents' concerns get addressed. The city manager and I have talked, I think, some of the, in a desire to do a lot of things, and there's a lot of projects and things that go on. I think sometimes as a city, we do too much. We try to do too much, and as a result, I speak for myself, I get frustrated. I know residents contact me are frustrated because things don't get done. And the example I give is I believe in doing a few things and doing them exceedingly well versus trying to do a lot of things, because if we try to do too many things and juggle things, some things don't get done as well as we'd like them to get done. And I don't want to, we don't need to get into the details of those. I think from in one thing the city manager and I have talked about is prioritization. I mean, there's always different priorities and things are always changing. So it's not that things don't get done because I just don't feel like doing it. It's we reprioritize or other projects came up. I think in one of the things city manager and I talked about going forward is getting the commission, as we reprioritize things, come back to the commission so that we understand and or agree, because we are providing feedback in what we hear from residents and what residents' expectations are. And sometimes we've got, because of this reprioritization, we have a mismatch, and that's when people get disappointed. It's never going to be perfect, but I think we can do better with that. I will say that I have spoken to the senior staff. I called around as we had discussed in the meeting. I mean, I speak to some of the senior staff more frequently than others. I do think there are some employee morale problems that need to be addressed. I got, some of the feedback I got was a bit, I'll be very open and honest, a bit shocking to me. I wasn't aware. I mean, we're not involved in the day-to-day operational activity with employees. But there's some people are quite upset. I think that we've had people who say, and again, some people say, well, this person left and that person left because they couldn't stand the environment, so they left. So when you hear these things, somebody used the word toxic work environment more than once. I don't know all the details, but I think we've got to take a look at that, because we, first and foremost, have to have an organization that attracts, retains the best employees. Of course, to meet our responsibility as the city government for the residents, to deliver the best services that we can deliver, and also for employees to make sure they have the right growth opportunities within the environment and don't feel that they're being stifled or don't have an opportunity to get their voices heard. We've had some issues. I mean, we've talked very openly. Those who know me, I'm open, and when I see a process issue, we need to go address it. I think we've heard from residents who come up and speak to us from time to time with examples. And you know me, I like to look at the systemic problem. I mean, there's in certain areas, I think we need to improve. And as we go through the budget cycle, I think we need to look at that. Is it an investment of people? Is it an investment of software? Is it investment of, or is it the overall structure of the organization? But I think we need to focus on that. So we're in a good direction. A lot of things are going on. Always more to do. And as I said, I think we need to look at some of these personnel-related items. Thank you.
Commissioner Frislowski. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Something I said.
Wow. Well, at least she's okay, so that's a good thing.
Quite the exit.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, I've had the opportunity to work with city manager now for 4 years. It's kind of hard to believe 4 years have gone by quickly. Obviously very organized, strategic, kind of a get-it-done attitude. We have accomplished a lot in the last year, and even over the last 3 years with a lot of infrastructure projects, which had to be done, and partially because the city was not in a good financial shape back in 2008 when property values went down, and that was a whole different situation. So by nature, there became an issue, I think a catch-up issue, from 2008 all the way up until 4 years ago. And so that's been the focus for 4 years. I think we're all proud of the financial position the city's in right now. Not only have we gotten a lot done, financially we've been sound, so it makes it a little bit easier to put money away, but that's not always easy to do. And so that's put us in probably the best financial position the city's been in decades in terms of what we have in reserves, which you hope we never need, but if we ever got hit by a hurricane, we would probably need every bit of that, and I'm not sure you can ever have enough. As some of my colleagues already mentioned, my concern of more recent is more on the personnel issue. I think we all know that we had a key employee that resigned here recently, and I know in my business and all businesses, you want to try and keep your top people with anything that you could do, because it's not only a tough market out there to hire people, but when you have somebody that you can count on, it takes a lot to replace that person, not only from the time and the effort, but the potential lost institutional knowledge. So having a high turnover is never a good thing with any business, including the city. I guess what concerned me most, I don't want to get into too much detail, but what concerned me most was, we all know that employee and the qualities, and then to find out where he went to, I still kind of scratch my head in terms of, the reasons why. Was he not happy here? Did he not feel like he had a future? What kind of leads to those types of things? I know that it's difficult for us because, we're policy decision makers and we set the budget. And we're not here all the time. We're not supposed to be here all the time. I would argue this shouldn't be a full-time job. Our charter is really clear in terms of our responsibilities to deal with budget and policy, and then have the city manager carry that out. And as the city manager and city attorney and city clerk are constitutional officers, we count on them to work together closely and for their staffs to all work together. And that's not easy to see from this vantage point, which makes it a little bit more difficult. I know a few meetings ago, Mayor, you had brought up maybe we ought to think about like a bottom-up type of a review, and I was kind of intrigued with that. But you probably remember I mentioned that maybe not everybody, because not everybody's going to know the city manager, but from a department director level at least. And I have not had the opportunity to talk to all department directors. I would like to do that. I've talked with the city manager recently, and he welcomed that. I have talked with a few, and there is some, discontent and some frustration. And so that's probably the most concerning thing I have right now, kind of top of mind, because I think we are doing a lot of other things well. Obviously, there are development issues that, I think everybody's concerned about. But, I might remind everybody that some of those decisions are made by commissions before us. Ironically, thinking now that the current comprehensive plan was passed in 2015, and that was before any of us were on the dais and before the city manager was the city manager. But we have to deal with that just like every new elected official has to deal with decisions that are made in the past. I think overall, though, I am still proud to live in this city and feel privileged to serve as an elected official. And so, but this is one of the biggest things that we do is hiring of the main people via city manager, city attorney, city clerk. With that, I'd kind of like to hear from my other colleagues, and then we could maybe circle back around.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moran?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I asked for some additional time in order to have a longer experience with you before your review, because I felt like, I'm the new guy here. We've dealt with each other for a short period of time. I've known you since I've been on the Historic Preservation Board, and we've sort of worked together, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still learning my way through my position here. And as I'm doing it, I'm learning about your role here at the city, the things you've done, how we should be interacting together. And I think as we interact together, we're improving. I'm not afraid to reach out to you, and you are very responsive to me. Sometimes I feel like you do know more than I do. You do know more than I do about a lot of things that happen here. But there's certain things that the residents want from me. Mm-hmm. And I guess, to put it bluntly, I'm not going to go away. So I will keep coming to you and saying, Mr. City Manager, the residents really want this, and really want that. But that's part of growing together as we work together. I look around this city, and I know everybody has concerns, and we hear them for 3 minutes at a time every 2 weeks or twice a month, and they're valid concerns. But if you step back, the 30,000-foot level, we have a pretty good city. We're in really good shape. We're in good shape financially. It's still a great place to come to. It has character. You've been along brought along a lot of infrastructure changes and improvements, which are phenomenal. What I will say, though, is I'm going to echo the sentiments of some of my fellow commissioners up here about what I've heard recently. And in fact, if we were going to have your review back when we were supposed to have it, I would not have heard these things. But I have since heard them from department heads, senior staff, an air of discontent within the four corners of this building. I've heard toxic work environment. I've heard details that have been given to me, and I say recently, within the last 7 days. Okay, so I'm processing these things because I'm hearing them for the first time, and none of them sound good to me. So my first reaction is, I'm surprised. Okay, they're all about you. They're not about two different department heads going at it and you interview, but they're all about you and your behavior and your interaction with them. So I'm hearing this. I can't say it's all a consistent theme, but it's generally that type of theme. And I say to myself, because I'm still learning about this infrastructure here, that sounds like an HR issue. That's what comes to my head. If you have a problem, it's an HR issue. I don't know who HR is. I do know. I know now. And my thought was, well, how did we retain our HR person, and who are they? And I learned that person was hired from within, And that because of that, and the manner in which that person was hired and who hired that person, that there are employees that are concerned that they can't go to HR. And if we don't have an HR here that our employees feel safe to go and speak to about their boss, then we're going to lose and lose people and lose people and lose people. And now this is what I'm gathering in a very short period of time. So I say to myself, because I'm processing this, well, maybe we should have HR that has been hired, someone who's hired from the outside, who has HR experience, that reports to the city attorney. Because I'm used to people complaining to HR, and then the person who's complained about comes into the office with another person who's a witness, and they say, here's the complaint, what would you like to say about it? And then we're going to say, okay, we're going to make a decision, and if we write you up, you have to sign this. And that doesn't seem like that can happen here. And if that can't happen here, and I'm not saying that anything is true or not true, but if that can't happen here, how does our employees, how do they feel comfortable if they have a complaint? And I don't know the answer, but it seems like it's because this all came up in the last week, that has to be fixed. I'm looking to the city attorney for some advice, but I think that it's going to create a better environment if we fix it. How we fix it, what are the mechanics of that? I don't think that's for us to get involved in those mechanics. I rely on the city attorney for that. But just as I'm hearing these things, to dive a little deeper, I really think that there's maybe some HR issues that the city needs to be concerned about as a whole going forward and addressing it so that we can address what the people's grievances are. They're allowed to have grievances. They may be legitimate, they may not be legitimate, but they all should be heard. And they should be heard in the proper forum. And what I'm hearing from these folks is they don't feel like they have that forum. So I think if we have that forum, maybe we don't have as bad of feelings, and maybe we don't have what has been dubbed or labeled a potential toxic work environment. Those are just some of my thoughts about going forward and how we can address things that are happening, the things that we're hearing. Like I said, I won't go into detail, but there are things that I guess if you were, you owned a business and you heard that about an employee, you would probably march them into HR and we'd get something fixed or we'd be in trouble. So I think that there's, if anything came out of this last week for me, it's that if there are issues, number one, we need to handle them, we need to address them, and I think we need to address them the right way.
Yeah, so let me try to tackle some of the things that you mentioned.
If you may.
Oh.
I still get a turn.
I was just going to address this issue, but if you want to jump in first, and then I can, yeah.
If
sure, no problem.
If Commissioner Marone is.
I am.
Okay. So, I mean, as City Commission, it's our responsibility to, we really only make 3 hiring decisions: the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney. Arguably the city managers is the most impactful one because he's responsible for the most amount of employees, for the most amount of departments. And I say that to simply make sure that there's an understanding that it's an important position, and I take this review extremely seriously because of the absolutely immense impact they can have on the lives of our residents, on the city operations. And so when I, first, heard about the review process, I said, what's our process? Well, we don't necessarily have a process. And so I proposed maybe doing a peer review or some kind of other review. And there were some support for that and some not, and that's all right. And so then I went to the city charter and I said, well, what are the duties and responsibilities of the city manager? And then looking at, how does the city manager stack up against what our requirements are, what his job description is, and what the city charter says, this is what we expect of our city manager. And the very first thing it says, and this is section 4.04, he's responsible for appointing and supervising employees. And one of the things that I did is I went and I talked to employees, current employees, former employees, to get a better sense of, the people that work with, the city manager on a day-to-day basis. I mean, who better to give us feedback on the interaction, on what his perceived job performance is from his peers and from his subordinates. And the first thing I found was, which is what has been echoed by virtually all of the other commissioners, is that we have a very challenging work environment for our employees. I spoke to at least 3 employees who cited specifically leaving the city because of the city manager. I have at least half a dozen employees that are considering leaving because of the work environment that we currently have in the city. And these are key employees that if they leave, it will cripple our city. Commissioner Frzelowski, you mentioned what a good financial position we are currently finding ourselves in, and you're absolutely accurate, we are. And the city manager has on multiple occasions commended the person that was the former assistant city manager for how responsible he was for putting us in that position. And that is a key employee that is currently gone. And we're in danger of losing several more. I requested copies of exit interviews, and then I'll share with you the conversations that I had with former employees myself. So these are all available on the city website. I submitted a public records request so anyone can look it up. It was fulfilled this afternoon about 3 o'clock. So if you just look at the most recent request, you can pull these exit interviews yourself. What factors contributed to your decision to resign? Alex. What might have been done to prevent you from leaving? Better upper management. Would you consider returning? No. Not unless the city management has some major changes. Would you recommend a friend or family work here? Why or why not? No, the environment is too toxic. Toxic is a word that I think almost every commissioner has mentioned this evening. Communication is terrible, and employees are treated terribly. This is the last comment from this employee. I predict a wave of key employees leaving the city. The next one. Do you have any suggestions for improvement? Have you raised them in the past? More equal treatment. Apply rules evenly to all the employees. Yes, I have raised these issues. Then we have these questionnaires to rate, how do you feel about these following things? Provide recognition on job, never. Encourage, listen to suggestions, never. Resolve complaints and problems, never. Follow policies and practices, never. Cooperation within your department, poor. Communication within the city as a whole, poor. Communication between you and your manager, poor. Morale in your department, morale comes up quite a bit, poor. Job satisfaction, fair. Training you received, poor. Growth potential, poor. The next one. Communication within the city, this is a different employee. Communication within the city as a whole, poor. Morale in your department, fair. Job satisfaction, fair. Growth potential, fair. I'm not going to read all of them. You can see them, there's about a dozen of them or so. 3/4 of them were unfavorable. Here's another one. Why did you leave? Lack of discipline, lack of accountability. Same thing, cooperation with the department, poor. Communication with the city, poor. Growth potential, poor. I want to share with you the conversations I had with former employees. I spoke to several, of course, as a matter of, for two reasons. One, because of the review process. And I wanted to find out, because I didn't have all these exit interviews until 3 o'clock today. So I spoke with former employees. I said, why did you leave? Particularly, there was a pattern where we have lost the last 2 procurement officers that have worked for the city. And I asked them, why did you leave? They didn't speak to each other as far as I know. I spoke to them about a month apart. And they both gave me virtually identical answers. I'll just read you some of their quotes. I love working for the city, but I did not feel comfortable. It felt shady. She said she could not do her job according to the ordinances. Now, I may direct you that one of the duties of the city manager is, this is section 4.04D, to see that all laws and provisions of this charter and acts are faithfully executed. It is the city manager's responsibility that the city ordinances are followed, whether it's code enforcement, whether it's applications, whether it's anything else. So this employee said that they could not do their job in according to the ordinances because they were asked to do things that they felt were violating the city ordinances. They were told, the city manager said so, so it's okay, just do it. They did not go to the proper channels, and they eventually left because, as they both said, they knew the law, they did not want to take the risk of getting in trouble themselves with the law, they did not want to get legally in trouble. They both said they did not want to leave. Another thing that was brought up from these employees, and again, this is part of the procurement process, right? So we have a process laid out for procurement. These are 2 procurement officers that both left a year apart for the same reason. The next thing that we have is, so the first part is the city manager's responsibility to administer the city staff. We've heard from all 4 commissioners the same thing. We've heard from former employees, from current employees. I don't want to put them on the spot. If they want to speak at some point, they can. The next thing that the city manager is responsible for is, again, making sure that all the laws, provisions of the charter are faithfully executed, which means, again, the city manager is responsible for making sure that ordinances are followed. And so I have a list in my investigation for this review process where I've gone through and we've found multiple instances, and we've had these discussions at the City Commission as recently as the last one. And I'll just give you a few concrete examples so that we're all on the same page, so that we know that these are not, made-up items. We have contracts that are in default. Most recently, we had a city barge that was in default for 6 months plus, about $100,000 in liquidated damages that are owed to the city. There was also a payment for half of that without authorization. It is the city manager's responsibility, whether it's making sure that his staff does what they're supposed to do, to make sure that our contracts are being followed and that the city is not put in a position where our income and where our expenses and what our contracts are in jeopardy. That's not happening. We've also heard from several residents, and I have personal experience with this, where we have challenges with our Freedom of Information Act, with our FOIA public records requests. To give you a little bit of background, so we have a software system that we can use, that the city clerk can use. So when you submit a request, it goes to the city clerk. The city clerk then will send that request to the person that might be responsible for filling out that request. So if you have an issue with a permit, city clerk sends it to the permitting department, they send her the information. She can only send you what she receives. Now, the same thing with emails. If you send a request for, I want all of the mayor's emails, right? Up until a couple months ago, that request would have come to me. I would have had to download all of my emails, bundle them, and then send them to the city clerk, and then the city clerk would have had to upload them. Now, this is an inefficiency that we've known about for years, and that has been brought to the city manager's attention for several years. Until a few months ago, that was the process. Now, at least the city clerk has the opportunity to go in and download those emails from those employees, from those commissioners, and be able to provide them to you directly without a barrier. The problem is the other part still hasn't been implemented, which means that when you submit a request that goes to the city clerk sends it to the appropriate person, and sometimes you get information. Sometimes the information is accurate, sometimes it is not. We know this, for example, when I requested these files right here, which are the exit interviews. I have an exit interview for an employee, and there was a request 2 weeks ago for the complete files for that employee. His exit interview was not in that request. So the file that was submitted was incomplete. We have several instances where requests were made specifically for the city manager. For example, last year in December, there was a request for all the city managers' communication with the Serrata, because there was talk about them purchasing the property and having some kind of development going on. And there was another request for that in February. What we do know is from what the Serrata told us, that they had been talking to the city and the city manager. He said that on February 21st in a meeting. Then at the meeting on April 13th, the owner of Serrata, Joe Young, said, hey, we've been talking to the city manager for 6 months. Now, this was April 13th, 6 months will be November, right? So the records request that we have had no emails, no communications, no phones, no text, nothing. And then on April in the commission meeting, the city manager himself stated that he had been in communication with the Serrata. I've been communicating with their development attorney. That's a quote. So now we have a failure to enforce our own city's laws and charters. Well, not only that, and we have some additional situations here with the FOIA requests. So now that puts the city in a position where we have significant exposure and liability, as somebody else already pointed out today. This is where we're facing, where we are right now, is that the city has potential exposure to liability. Again, the city manager is responsible to see that all laws, provisions, and charters and acts are faithfully executed by himself and also by the staff. We also have an information request for the lobbying forms that were supposed to be filled out by the commissioners, by the mayor, and the city staff every time they meet with a lobbyist at the end of every quarter. So there was meetings that we had with the Serrata and with the tradewinds. I was in those meetings. The city manager was sitting to my left. Another employee was sitting on my left for a different meeting. Neither one of those individuals filled out a lobbying disclosure form. There's no harm in it. It takes 30 seconds. So why do we have the senior staff of our city not following city ordinances? And why is that person not enforcing that the ordinances are followed by his subordinates? We also have a requirement to keep the city commission fully and continuously advised to all the financial conditions. This goes back to procurement, this goes back to contracts that have been in default for months at a time. And for example, last one was 6 months in default, $100,000. Now that, to me, counts as a financial condition. That is the city manager's responsibility to be aware of, to manage, and to make the commission aware of. On Thursday last week, I received an email. In fact, I believe everybody in the commission received an email. It was from the city manager, and he stated that he placed a city employee on administrative leave because they were suspected of petty theft. So my question to the commission is, when we have a senior employee, and when there is the appearance of a failure to execute the duties of that senior employee as outlined by the city charter, when that employee puts the city in a position where we've already lost employees that specifically cite the city manager, and where we're in a position to potentially lose several more key employees that will completely cripple and bring the city to a complete standstill. I don't want to get any more phone calls and emails about employees crying in City Hall because of one specific individual. I don't want to have to do any more, like, let's save this employee day to day. This is not comfortable. I'm not doing this here because I have a vendetta or because this is fun. I'm doing this because, just like you, I'm a resident in the city, and you all elected me to be here and make sure that the city is in the best position possible. And at this point, my position is that we have a city manager who is making life difficult for other employees, and then also putting us in a very precarious position because of the potential liability that's being created. So the city charter I'll bring out one more thing, just so that, get it all out one time. The International City Managers Association has a code of ethics with guidelines. Tenet 1, affirm the dignity and worth of local government services, to uphold government, local government. It is their job to implement, as the city charter says, that our bylaws and charters are faithfully executed. Members should treat people fairly with dignity and respect and should not engage in or condone bullying behavior, harassment, sexual harassment, or discrimination on the base, and so on. Members are responsible for implementing the decisions of the commission. That includes following and implementing our ordinances. So our city charter, section 2-133, puts forward a process on how to deal with a situation like this. And it is a two-step process. The first step is, it is a vote The first step is a vote, a preliminary motion of removal. If the city agrees to do that, the city commission agrees to do that, then the city manager shall have 15 days from that notification on the approval of the preliminary motion to demand a public hearing. Upon the city manager's request for a public hearing, the city commission shall set a date for a public hearing to be held on or before 30 days from the city manager's request. We take these allegations seriously. This process allows us to request to put a preliminary motion of removal, and during the period from that motion, if the commission decides to go this way, it gives us the opportunity to conduct a full investigation into all of these serious allegations, and I have I have many more. It gives the commission the opportunity to assign an independent person to conduct an investigation before and then look into the validity of all of these things. Now, some of these things are very clearly documented in the city records. I would encourage the commissioners, I mean, as you have already done, you've spoken to some of the key employees. I would encourage you to speak to some of the other ones. So I think it's important that we do this investigation, and then if we find that we move forward with a final motion of removal. The other option is always for the city manager to resign.
Are you done?
I am done.
Okay, thank you. So let me get back to the HR issue. When I got here, and the city attorney can vouch for this, the city had multiple lawsuits from employees about discrimination acts, about wrongful terminations, maybe there were 3 or 4, I don't remember the exact number, Andrew, but there were many of them. Through the first couple of years, we cleared those, and I made a change in the HR department because I came to the conclusion that a big problem that we had was in the HR department. So I did promote somebody from within, and I do have a philosophy that I promote for attitude and desire to learn. So sometimes I will take people from a job where they were in if I see that they had the right attitude and the drive to learn the job. And that's exactly what's happened with the person that I put in the HR role several years ago. She has accumulated and completed many different certifications and really enhanced her ability to know this. She had a bachelor's degree. The prior person did not have a bachelor's degree. And I think we're better off in HR than we have been before. One of the most significant things in HR, I agree with you, Commissioner, is have the ability to be the person who receives the information from the different people in the department and kind of like be the therapist for the employees and be able to provide that information, rationalize it, and convey that to management without necessarily having the name of the employee come to hand, because it is important that they feel comfortable to express concerns. I have spoken to one person in senior staff who has expressed frustration. I had conversations with all of them over the last couple of weeks. And yeah, I will say that we do have disagreements, like any two people would have disagreements, but there's no sense from my part, other than the one person that anybody from senior staff is looking to leave today. I was very disappointed when Vince left, as disappointed as all of you guys were. Vince allowed me to focus on other areas of the organization because he did such a great job in the areas that he did. But he came to that decision that this was the best course of action for him. The environment hasn't been easy. I will tell you that. Ever since prior to elections, I mean, there is a sense of that we staff is not being respected by the residents, by that the the election got so toxic that there's a little bit of carryover from that, and employees feel it. And I've been dealing with that. So yes, is whether there's some morality issues, I don't disagree with that. I don't think they're all my making, because I've been here 4.5 years and I haven't changed my management style in 4.5 years. So there've been other things in the environment that have changed and kind of put us where we are, because you've been here, for 4.5 years. You haven't heard this before, right? I mean, these are things that are kind of surfacing now, and I take them very seriously. I mean, I want to keep, all those people that we have up there. On the procurement side, I want to remind the commission that the person who upgraded and improved the procurement rules that we have today was on my initiative. The creation of a procurement manager was my initiative. This city did not have a procurement manager before. Procurement was completely decentralized and completely helter-skelter. And I wanted to have all procurement rolled through one professional procurement person. I really wasn't too involved with the second person. I never really got to know her very much, but I know Kathy Kapusta, who was here for many years. And I know she part of her frustration was that when you have not had a centralized procurement process and you begin to try to corral that, there's always going to be some organizational resistance to a changing process. And we have gone through that. We have a new procurement manager, is somebody who is very experienced, John Taylor. I don't know if John is here or not, but so he's here, and procurement is going in the right direction. We have a system that we're finalizing the implementation that is going to help us address the mistake that happened with the barge. Did it happen? Yes. The multiple signatures were on that piece of paper. Yes, it did happen. But I'm looking at this systematically. I'm looking at this, how is that we prevent that from happening again? It's not that anybody did something nefarious, nobody did something that had any ulterior motives. Just simply it was a mistake, and we didn't have the right tools and systems in place to prevent that from happening. If we had a system that said, flag, contract is terminated in 15 days, things will be easier. And the new system has the capability of doing that. So we are making significant strides on how to improve our procurement process. In terms of the FOIA requests, I will confirm the facts, but my understanding has always been that those requests go directly to IT when somebody wants the list of emails and correspondence from an employee. They don't go through me. Most of the times I don't even know who is requesting what. It is a fairly automated process, because IT then will basically pull in any emails from this person that meets the criteria of what the request is, and I kind of prefer to do it like that, because then I'm not really in a position saying that he's delaying this, or he's not doing, or he's not providing this information through the different things. But those are improvements that we keep making. You said that we have recently even made some additional improvements, and we have a very strong IT department now. We have a very good person that we have hired in the IT area, and we're going to continue to make those improvements, because That's how you systematically eliminate the problem. On the issue of the bars, yes, yeah, like I agree. We made a mistake. It's a large organization. We have hundreds of purchases that we do every month and everything else, and I'm trying to build an organization and systems that would prevent that from happening, but they did happen. Yes, I'm going to try to talk to some of the people that might be concerned about the environment and living. I mean, like I told you at the very beginning, I think that we have good staff. I don't think there is really a big, exodus of employees, leaving. And I mean, Vince had very good relationship with some of the employees, and he might want to take some of those, with him. That's not wouldn't be surprising. But I recently promoted internally a new CFO because I believe that when we have talent, and yes, she's not going to be Vince on day one. Big shoes to fill, but I think she has clearly the capability of growing into the job. And that's really my approach to management. I really try to be supportive and encouraging of employee development and promotional opportunities from within. If you want to hear from some of the employees, some are there, call them up at random, whoever you want to call. It's like, but that's my position. I think we are. We might not be in a great spot in terms of the HR side right now, but there's a lot of factors going on into that.
How do you turn the atmosphere around?
A big part of that is what you do tonight, because stability is very important. Okay, now I got 18 months left on my contract or so, and I think if you basically provide the stability to say he's going to be here for 18 months, and then you go transition into a smooth, organized transition into whoever is going to be taking over the job, I think that goes a long way for me to be able to tell people, don't stress out. There have been rumors that this, request to remove me was going to happen since March 15, right? And that creates stress in the organization. Things were being open, and that's part of what's going on. And I'm at your disposal.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, one thing I didn't mention earlier, I mean, as in my discussions with senior leaders and some employees, there was some positive feedback. It wasn't all negative. There were a few senior leaders who sang the praises, so to speak. But I think the couple things just to level set. I'm sure the commission's aware, but since this is a public hearing that everyone understands, as the city manager said, his contract runs for another 18 months till 2025. So there's no, in the motion that's on the table right now that we're staring at here is on the review and the salary. It's not, do we extend the contract or not extend the contract? It's there. So if there's another different motion, that's a different discussion. What the mayor read is chapter and verse out of the charter and what the process is. Employment in any employment contract is employment at will, and the commission has the approval, the authority, since it's a direct report on that. The contract, there is a financial payout on the contract. Just putting it on the table, it's a 20-week payout. If the manager resigns, it's 20 weeks that he has to stay. If we terminate, there's 20 weeks he stays, and we pay out. I believe we pay out 20 weeks.
Correct.
So just putting it all, for discussion. So that's where we are. I mean, if I don't know if we, Mr. Mayor, is your suggestion, we should take some time and talk more in depth to employees and get some other views. I mean, I know, from my view, I think organizationally, I see a problem where, and it's difficult in a small organization. We have 120 employees, so it's not like we have the ability to have large departments and an HR function. I mean, where I've spent my professional career in a Fortune 500, yeah, we have big HR teams, but we don't have the ability for that. But how do we, whatever we do moving forward, I mean, I still, from an environment standpoint, what I see is when there are either, and every organization's got HR issues. People are unhappy or something happens or whatever, and they need somebody to go talk to. We don't seem, the feedback I'm getting is we don't seem to have that ability, or not every employee has that ability to, or feels that's available to them. And the same thing on the process issues. I mean, I haven't been shy, and when I see a systemic process issue, I bring it up here and we talk about it. What do we need to do? And I don't know if we have the right structure. I question why employees aren't raising their hand and contacting somebody. Is there a fear? Is there, they don't know who to call? I'm not sure. And I look at some of these, all these data points, and there's many. I mean, look, no organization's perfect. How are these handled and how are these addressed? And they're not getting addressed. So it's something I think we have to look at, whatever we decide going forward tonight, because these are, if these are things that we need to know, we as a commission, I feel, need to know, because then we know we can address it. And I don't see that there, because when I start hearing some of these things, it's concerning to me.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. Sure. I agree with a lot of what you said, Commissioner Grill. And I'm looking at the motion before us. And I'm the last guy that wants to put off anything. But as I told you all, I wanted to wait to spend more time with the city manager so I could review him. Now, in a week, coming up on the review, I'm hearing many, many things that concern me. And now I'm supposed to make a decision on this motion after hearing all this stuff over a week and asking the folks that are telling me this whether it's documented in HR, and hearing that it's not. My preference, and I will probably make this motion and bringing it up for discussion, is that we wait 30 days on this motion that's before us tonight, and I'm proposing a motion that the city attorney conduct an investigation into the allegations that I'm hearing from the employees and department heads, and then report back to us on the results of that. I don't think it's fair to just make a decision tonight on things that I've heard only over the last week that I can't go to HR and verify. I understand the mayor has HR docs from exit interviews, but we're talking about folks that are here now, folks that we don't want to lose. I also think independently there needs to be a procurement review. However that's done, if it's done through the city attorney, and it's for a lot of reasons. Two reasons are two procurement officers who left, and left, Vince sitting here one night holding the bag on a contract that had expired on a barge and really couldn't really explain it other than we haven't had procurement for a while. Mm-hmm. So understanding how many contracts the city enters into, and I'm understanding it more and more, there may be one of those barge contracts out there that we haven't seen yet. There may be things that we're handling in a certain way or have handled that we need to fix. But I don't think that any investigation should last more than 30 days. I don't think it should have to. We don't have that many folks here. 100, like you all said, 120. Can't imagine there's going to be 120 interviews, but there's going to be some folks who have concerns, and I think they need to be heard. I think they need to be heard by either the city attorney or the city attorney having a labor and employment lawyer be there to hear these, and then give us an assessment. I think that's what I need because of this really short period of time where all this stuff came to me at once, and I'm trying to process it and also process the way my mind works, and the parallel aspect of it being the HR aspect. How are we processing this through HR? And that's something that I think we as a commission, as a city, need to look at going forward, whoever the city manager is. It doesn't really matter. Are we doing it right? Are we getting it right? And do the folks that work in this city within the four corners of this building, and I know there's a lot of folks who drive around out there too, feel like they have a, I hate to use the term, but it is safe space to go and have their grievances heard. So that, I'll leave that up for discussion, but that's my.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sure.
I would, I like that idea because I think we need some help and we need some professional assistance. And I assume the city attorney would get that assistance. He's not going to do it himself.
Yeah,
I wouldn't think.
Yeah, we have, the labor and employment attorney obviously is someone that's not part of our firm. She's special counsel. The city has several different types of lawyers other than just our firm. And I would imagine she would be involved. And as Alex indicated, yes, we were involved in some employment litigation earlier. And you've met Odie. Some of you've met Odie. She's very involved in that process. So she knows how to interview people and talk to people. Yeah. Or we could always recommend somebody else if you want. It's up to you. But we're happy to track these down, whatever the commission wants.
But I think we're mixing apples and oranges here. 3 meetings ago, if I remember correctly, maybe more, I brought up, hey, we're overdue with the city manager's review. Tonight, what's in the agenda here is the city, and we said we needed to delay it because we have 2 new commission members, and we pushed it out until tonight. So I think that's step 1. There's an annual review here. We've all done our homework in preparation for this discussion, because really what's on here is a discussion on salary. Then I think as a second step, we can address where do we go forward, how do we go next? Because whether the salary goes to $1 million or it stays as is, just making up an example, I think what I'm hearing is we need to do more based on the feedback. I know I did my homework. But because it is employment at will. The contract, the contract is specific. The charter is specific. If we choose to go down that path, I don't know. Waiting another 30 days and hiring an employment attorney to go talk to employees. We have 6 employees here. I'm sure they're here to give us good news, and I'm sure there are other employees who would come up and give us an opposite view. I don't think that's what we want to do tonight. So I would like to work on this motion. This motion's on, this agenda item is here. And then I think I heard a motion from Commissioner Marone. And then, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe you made a formal motion. You made a request, but there's not a motion on the table.
I was simply presenting what the process was.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Just to
Go ahead.
Just a couple of items. I don't think we can put the person who broke it in charge of fixing it. What we heard from the city manager just now is him passing responsibility yet again for his own failure in leadership. The barge wasn't my fault. We didn't have a procurement person.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said it was.
Employee's responsibility, but ultimately, all employees, all city staff are the city manager's responsibility. I agree with Commissioner Marone, we need to have an investigation, but while we have that investigation, at the very least, we need to suspend the city manager pending that investigation. Suspend them with pay, that's fine. But we have serious allegations here. I mean, we have, again, on Thursday, the city manager put an employee on leave because they were suspected of petty theft. What we have are potential violations of both federal and Florida state statutes for information requests. That's the biggest, most grievous, and that puts us in serious liability exposure. So if we're going to suspend somebody for potentially having committed petty theft, and I don't have any more details other than they're suspected of it, I think at the very least we need to do with somebody that is suspected or has potentially committed violations of both federal and state. They need to be suspended, and so I would amend that motion for an investigation with a suspension. That's the very least. Now, the city charter already provides for that, and Commissioner Grill, we can address both of these issues. You know, we don't have to take action on the motion, right? We don't have to do anything with it. The motion can just simply die. The motion to approve the city manager's annual salary adjustment from X to X, it can just simply die. It doesn't have to go anywhere. And then we can deal with Commissioner Marone's motion as well, and then with the potential amendment for a suspension pending investigation, because we need to make sure that the process is impartial and fair, and I don't think that can happen when the person responsible for all of the staff, including HR, is still in that position. There is no harm in simply suspending him, saying, look, let's look into it. Let's look at all of these individual allegations. And I'm pretty sure most of the commissioners here have the same emails that I have received, the anonymous emails, totaling somewhere around 5 or 6, maybe 7 single-spaced pages of allegations. I think all of them need to be seriously investigated to make sure that the city can in confidence move forward so that we will have stability. Because we currently have staff who feel no stability, who don't feel like coming to work, who love the city but do not want to be here. And we need to rectify that situation for them and for the good of our residents.
Let me ask the city attorney, do you feel that having the city manager in place while the investigation goes on can still complete a fair investigation?
First of all, let me just say, I mean, I've been here almost 10 years, and, you know, my allegiance is to the city. It always has been. I've worked with many different commissioners. You all know that. Worked with many different current and former members of the city staff, so I'm not on a team here. Right. My team is my client, the city, and that's my only interest here in following the law and making sure that the city stays within the law. But that really just depends on the investigation, how detailed, the instructions you give to the city manager while I do that. You know, we're independent people. I mean, he doesn't tell me what to do. I don't tell him what to do. But if your instructions are to run down some of these allegations and report back to you, then I'm obviously capable of ferreting out what is a real issue versus just a complaint. But I will say, just if I could add that, I do agree that, you know, there could be, there may need to be some healing here somewhere within the staff, because I have heard, you know, these, but I don't know what they are. I mean, but I think it's important, you know, I run a business as well, and I think that that kind of capacity building for whoever is hurting within the organization to be able to heal and be heard, I think is an important aspect, and not to have it come to this level where there is no that it's, has to come to this level. So, but yes, to answer your question, I think I can do it as long as Alex is agreeable to it and is not going to be objecting to it.
And is 30 days reasonable time?
I think we could do quite a bit in 30 days. I'm still trying to wrap my head around like what that all entails, because there's a lot here. I wrote down issues like public records, HR, contracts, things like that. But I can probably narrow it down to some specific issues like that.
How do we get our arms around the quote toxic work environment or potential the feedback toxic work environment? I mean, is that something that, a lot of the things we talked about are very binary, contracts and et cetera. The other one is is that something you can help with?
I mean,
because it's a subjective view.
It is. Again, what I don't want to happen. Here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want employees to file EEOC complaints. That's what you don't want. You don't want things to get to that point, and that's really the point here for me as an attorney. Like, I don't want people to file charges against the city, and then we have to deal with that. And they may be valid, they may not be valid. I don't know. But yeah, I think we. The public records that the mayor has, I'd like to look at those and, speak with some of the people that are raising some of the concerns. Also, in fairness, speak with, Alex's team is here. They've taken the night off, I assume, to be here for him. So I think in fairness, speak with everyone and just write it up. That's the best I can say. I can contact, I'll tell you, Colleen Flynn is the labor and employment attorney that the city has. HR has always had our number and her number, and has had authority, I think, to call us and her at any moment with any kind of legal question. But yeah, I think I've also been an employer. I own a firm for over 20 years, and I think I know the difference between, just sour grapes versus, things that are true systemic problems. And again, I'm not on anybody's team but the city's, and I think I've proven that over nearly 10 years.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. Yeah. We appreciate your advice. I like Commissioner Marone's idea. I think it's a good idea. I think it'd be a good process to go through.
One of the reasons I'm not in agreement with the suspension, I understand your position on that, and while in some circumstances it might make sense, I'm looking at the bigger picture of where our city is right now, where our staff is, and we need some hands on the wheel. This is just a big operation. We have a lot going on, and we need some hands on the wheel. I understand that Mr. Mayor, you're concerned about that pair of hands on the wheel and how it's steering us, but I think this is something, if we can do it in 30 days, we can know if we're going to leave those hands on the wheel or it's time to get a new captain. But and to your point, Commissioner Grill, I know you said you did your homework. This motion asked for a raise. I mean, if the city attorney came back and said, we talked to everybody and this is unfounded, or it turned out to be something different, I can say now I can make a decision on a raise. I can't make a decision. With those allegations being levied without investigation, I don't know, I can say competently that I can make a decision about a raise. And it's not about the money. It's about, we're going to give a raise to someone that we have these allegations and they haven't been vetted. So really, that's kind of where I'm sitting on that. It's not that I have, I struggle over the dollar amount. It's really, I struggle making decision B before decision A has been completely resolved. And I think part of the atmosphere of the city, maybe it could change if this is resolved. If everyone knows it's being looked into and it comes to a head in a short period of time. So that's kind of just for both your just some more detail on why I'm making the motion.
So a question I have then for the city attorney is, if we have some very serious allegations of, failure to uphold the city charter, public records, federal and state, that potentially creates exposure and liability for the city. What additional potential liability and exposure do we have by not taking a serious enough action? And to me, Commissioner Marone's proposal is a good step in the right direction to making sure that we express how serious we do take this. But I don't think it goes far enough. And I'm concerned that by us not taking at least one more step in the direction saying, look, at the very least, we need to remove the individual that has potentially caused these liability issues, right? And suspend him with pay, with benefits, right? We'll have the investigation, and then based on the findings of that investigation, we can then either move forward one way or another. But my concern is that may create, and again, that is a question for you.
So I question whether there's a suspension modality in the code. Like, I don't know that does it say suspend? I don't think it does. So I'm concerned about that, like whether we're going off, because it is a two-step process, which essentially is kind of a suspension in a way, because you're making a preliminary motion for removal, but it's not removal until you do a final motion 30 days later. So, but I guess what you're asking is, like, is there any liability to the city if allegations are true and we kept the city manager here while we investigate? I think you've heard it from the Commissioner Maroney that like so much stuff has come forward so quickly, so fast, and there isn't a lot of proof. And the things that you're laying out, you're putting out a lot of information that's really I haven't seen personally yet, and so in order, and that's a concern too. Why isn't there proof? And that doesn't mean that it's not true. It just means that maybe the infrastructure wasn't set up to collect proof of things like this. So I don't think one way or the other. It's. Honestly, I think I need to ask Alex. Like, is he okay with me investigating his staff? Because if he's not comfortable with it.
I don't have any problems.
Yeah, I didn't think you would.
I know what's going to be the result, so I don't have any problems. No, because I know them. I'm not saying that there's not going to be a couple of disgruntled employees. I'm not saying that. But when you talk to the majority of the employees, I know.
And I do.
I don't see that being a problem. So
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I know you're not implying that it's a foregone conclusion about what I would conclude, but there's certainly people that Alex works have that report to him that really like him. I'm sure of that, absolutely. And there's also people that I've heard from that are not happy, and you've all expressed it. I don't need to express it. It's not my job to do that. But I think it's maybe you're actually from a liability, I'm just thinking through this from a liability point of view, I don't see a huge liability of leaving the city manager in place as long as you have given, explicit instruction to me to gather whatever information you've asked me to, and he's agreed, already said he's not going to interfere.
And how do we protect our records? And how do we protect the employees that are currently feeling?
Well, I would say that for sure, if anyone who has come forward with information here to the commission, individually, whatever, they should not be. There should be no retribution against them at all during this process. I mean, they shouldn't have. I mean, I would be very surprised, and if there was any kind of retaliation against them, that should not happen.
There's whistleblower protection for them. There's whistleblower protection for them.
There's the Florida whistleblower law. I mean, there's lots of that. But I would say right now and here and now, and I would counsel Alex privately too, like in situations like this, you do not want to take steps against somebody unless it's absolutely putting somebody in danger or something like that.
I think this process, what we're doing tonight with the residents here, the residents listening, the employees listening, is the protection. We all know it's not like 5 people went in a room and we asked the city attorney to go do something. We're telling the entire city. So I think IT's on notice, everyone's on notice. So I think if there's any issues, everybody knows what's going on, and they know who they can go to. And they know that if there's retaliation, they've heard what their remedy is. We have remedies in place, and we have. So I feel like just the public notice aspect of it creates the protection for the city.
Yeah, if as long as everyone, I mean, you're right, everyone's listening right now, and whoever speaks with either me or the labor employment attorney or whoever under my guidance, it's going to be confidential. I'm not going to share it with Alex, and he probably doesn't want me to share it with him because he'd probably want it to be, outside of have a little firewall. So if you're saying that right now, that you want my office to oversee that investigation, and that whoever speaks to me can do so freely, and I think that you're okay. I do worry about an abrupt change, quick change. I mean, you've heard you've got 18 months left on his contract, and I'm not sure if we've even thought out who would step in the meantime.
We don't have an assistant city manager right now.
Well, I'm sorry, I'd be the naysayer here because the charter is clear, and we're adding a step to the charter. The charter doesn't say if the commission feels that there's a question of trust and confidence in the employee, you should go do an investigation. Charters, that's not in the charter. So, and I'm not saying that there should be a vote, one way or the other, but do we follow our charter or do we not follow our charter? And, a labor attorney is going to look at labor issues, not process issues. I mean, we spent the last 2 months, we delayed this 2 months, I think, to come to the conclusion today for us to do our homework, and then we're going to now delay it another 30 days to get a report. The charter is the charter. Unless we want to say, well, we feel that the charter's short and we need to add another step to the charter.
Well, did you say the charter says what? We don't have confidence in what?
No. Our conclusion is, do you have trust and confidence in the employee? The charter doesn't say that. I mean,
Okay.
that's...
So I guess that if I have trust and confidence in the employee until people brought things to my attention a week ago that I'd never heard of before that questioned my trust and confidence, but hasn't been verified yet, that I should maintain the trust and confidence that I had, lacking the verification, or should I go get the verification and see how it turns out? Because right now, I have no verification other than what folks have told me over the last week. So I still maintain what trust and confidence I had before that. So if it's my trust and confidence, then you want me to make a decision on that without having verified these allegations. I'm not so sure that it's fair to, number one, to the city and to the employees, but I mean, I can make a decision based on that.
Also, the city charter does allow us to give the city attorney directives. So one of the directives is we can hand them the stack and say, please look into all of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something that we can do.
Yeah. I mean, I can
Also-
speak with all 5 of you privately, and you can tell me what you want me to look into, and I can formulate a strategy and go do that.
Yeah, but the idea that we're talking about is not against the charter. The charter doesn't cover everything, every possible situation, but this, I don't think it's officially a motion yet, but,
No, but I'll make the motion now.
okay.
I'm going to move that we stay the motion that's pending, the action item, and for 30 days, and that it come back up in 30 days, and then during the pendency of that, part of this motion is that we direct the city attorney to conduct an investigation into the HR issues that have been alleged to each one of the commissioners in the city and the mayor, as well as the issues related to procurement and 119 public record requests. And I think with the proviso that the city attorney decide how the investigation should be conducted.
I would suggest we don't put a date certain of 30 days until the city attorney can speak with us and come back with a plan, because this may be 15 days or it may be 60 days. I mean, we won't-
Okay.
Because if we say 30 days, then in 30 days we have a hard stop. I mean, we can always change it.
Look, I think the important thing is addressing what you've heard, what addressing things, taking action. I can do that. I can, speak with you all and formulate a strategy and let you know what I think a good strategy might be. It definitely shows that you're listening, and that you care, and I can do it any way you want.
So I think why I thought 30 days and why I think it's important is because I don't want folks to feel like things are dragging. And it gets everybody motivated to complete the assignment. And I think that those who have concerns will be motivated to cooperate. Those who have concerns about and with regards to this process and how maybe the employees that are supporting the city manager, they would be motivated to tell you sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that the process itself lends itself to folks all being engaged. And I think 30 days, look, if you told 5 of the things you told me.
If I come back with you in 30 days and say, here's what I've got, and you say, well, we want you to look into this and look into that, it's fine. But, at some point, I'm not afraid. This is not, one of my favorite assignments that I've had over 10 years here. But, I care about this city a lot, and I care about the people that work here and the people that have their livelihoods and their lives wrapped into this, the government. They work for your government, and it's very important that, they feel, all of them feel trusted, valued, and heard, I guess. And I'll do whatever you ask me to do.
So that's my motion.
And I'll second that motion.
Can we reread the motion? I didn't follow.
We can, but I do have public comment.
Okay.
Deborah Schechner?
Good evening. Deborah Schechner, Bocasega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. All due respect to our attorney, he knows I like him and respect him. I think we should have outside person do this to conduct the employees' interviews. I've heard about the favoritism. I'm going to go back to some of the notes I wrote while I'm sitting here because, okay, so. I think it's brave that you brought this up, Adrian. I think it's important. I've heard about this toxic environment for a while. I think that there is an important part of a business is a culture of the leadership. Alex is not being accountable, and he shifted the blame. He's had 4.5 years to develop new systems, and I hope the commissioners understand that. I understand there's 6 employees here. Did all employees be invited, or just favorite employees, or the ones that support you? The buck stops here. That's really important. When we have employees saying it's so toxic, they're going to leave, believe me, they'll get a job like that. Because many cities, many counties, as well as businesses, are understaffed. We need to be accountable, and I don't like the shifting of the blame for this to an election and toxic residents. Unconscionable. I'm sorry. I've always respected all of our people in City Hall, and these employees have been great. We really do have some of the best. So why do some of the best want to leave? That's really the question you need to answer. 4.5 years to develop those systems. The buck stops at the top. I suggest you listen to some of the comments that were made by the city manager, blaming an election and us, the residents. A turnover rate that we have, and I know one person who was forced out by him about 2 years ago. Made it so uncomfortable that that person left. We've lost 2 procurement, as well as Vince, who was an excellent employee, very knowledgeable. That should tell you something right there. It bothers me that much of the blame has been put on an election. That's not accepting responsibility for your actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson? I saw you walking away. I'm like, where are you going?
Okay. I just want to say, this is a business. This is a very, very, very public business. There should be no doubt of improprieties. There should be, this is not just about HR. I mean, it's about duties, responsibility, ethics, transparency. It's got all that wrapped into it. You guys want some evidence? Let's see, I got some here.
Doc Cameron.
I'd say that is, I believe that's, oh, wrong one.
Yeah.
Nope, one more.
Oh, there you go.
No.
You should look for it. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, so this is after the fact. This is the lobbyist context. This is Jennifer McMahon, and this is Alex Ray, more like 49 days, I believe this is. 5:15, and the meeting was 3:24. We want transparency. The public wants it. What more do we have to ask to get our codes and our ordinances adhered to? This is management 101. While I appreciate the upward mobility on eager and willingness to learn, this is a public business where experience and knowledge are most important. Time and again, I've stood up here requesting compliancy, which comes directly from management, the city manager. I hope that the allegations are independently investigated. And I suggest that I agree. I don't think the person that's being investigated should be at the business where it's being investigated. Treat this like a business, folks. You've all been in business. You all have had your own businesses. You know how this works in the real world. It's kind of like expense reports. Expense reports, you really should list like who you took to dinner, what you bought, everything. The stuff that's going on in this city, you should be ashamed of. We should be ashamed of. I'm ashamed of. I mean, this is just the tip. It really is. Because I think you did say, did you not say that it's definitely the special magistrate? Well, I have questions on that one, as far as the reduction of the penalties.
Right.
Okay, so that needs to be investigated. And I'd be more than happy to talk to you about my incidences with public records requests. Because I'm one of the people that almost filed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope everybody does the right thing.
Yeah, I'm happy to, if you feel that an independent lawyer, I mean, so Colleen Flynn is the labor and employment attorney, but she's with Johnson Pope. They've done other work for us in the past in investigating things. If you recall, we had a lawsuit against Bryant Miller Olive, the former attorneys here, and they had a good lawyer at Johnson Pope that did a good evaluation on the pros and cons of that. So if you feel it's better to have someone that's independent, I'm not,
That's not your firm, that's a firm.
It's not my firm, no.
And will they be able, we've got the HR and then we've got the process stuff.
Well, and we have the failure to see that all the laws and provisions of this charter and acts are faithfully
To
executed.
me, I put that's all in the process and execution and non-HR.
Yeah, I
Can
can.
they do that piece?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, so I can contact Ms. Flynn tomorrow, if you like, and ask her about this. I mean, she obviously could watch the meeting and hear some of the things and give me some kind of information on how they would approach it as a firm, because I think HR is really kind of the focus, because that's, sort of you're hearing from people that are employees of the city, but the topics are different. Some of them are about public records, some of them are about contracts, some of them are about procurement, some of them is about just, the atmosphere, toxic atmosphere in general. So I'm happy to speak with Colleen Flynn and the Johnson Pope and see if they could put together some kind of strategy for addressing these so that it's beyond my, I wouldn't supervise it. I mean, I would ask them to, if that's what you want me to do. It's another option.
You would be at the helm.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, so you have several special counsels, like for real estate, and people that are outside of my firm, and that if you're in the private sector, you'd look at me more as like general counsel. So this is a specialty, labor and employment, but Johnson Pope's a well-known firm, and they've got other lawyers that do other things, and if there was a need to go beyond, I mean, I think Colleen's a very bright lawyer, and she's been around for a long time.
So my thought is that we leave it to the city attorney's discretion on how to utilize outside counsel in order to conduct this multifaceted, multi-tiered investigation.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that would be helpful, because this is coming at me pretty quickly. Again, I'll repeat, this is not my favorite assignment in 10 years, but I'm willing to do the job since that's what you're asking me to do, and get it done.
So is there a way you can talk with the outside firm, as I was saying earlier, develop something and then come back to us this week or tomorrow by 9 a.m.? Here's the way it'll work, and I don't know, we have an emergency meeting. I mean, do we call it an emergency meeting?
You can have an emergency meeting if you like. I mean,
If we need it to say yay, I mean, you tell me, do we need that? And to just say yay verily, we agree, and
right,
go with it.
Right, because obviously I can't successively like go and take a poll of all of you. I can't do that. I mean, so yeah, I can definitely call Colleen tomorrow and ask her to watch the meeting, and then so we can figure out a strategy, and then I can maybe reach out to the mayor and say, here's what we've got, and perhaps you can call a special meeting. I mean, it only takes 72 hours or whatever to do that, if you don't want to wait 2 weeks.
No, I don't want to wait 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Call the special meeting. It could be 10 minutes. We could do it at 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, maybe 8 o'clock. I mean, before work, we get it done. And just so that it's all formal and we move on.
Okay.
Okay?
Madam Clerk?
I'm out of town.
Okay.
I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'll be back in a week, but whatever.
You're back when?
I'll be back on not for a week and a half.
So that should be, what, 27-ish?
We have a quorum with 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Three.
You trust us to make a good decision, right?
We just need 3 for a quorum.
I'm back on the 22nd.
We need 3 for a quorum.
Right.
So.
Right.
Okay. Sound like a plan?
Audience comments?
We're done with that, but I need a roll call. Did you want me to repeat it back to my
Yeah, can we just...
What is the motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is my understanding. Commissioner Marone asked for a stay on the motion that's listed in the agenda for 30 days. And then in 30 days, the city attorney is to investigate the HR issues, procurement issues, and Chapter 119 public records issues, and giving him the authority to decide how the investigation is to be conducted. And that was seconded by Commissioner Frislowski. And since then, you have now had some other discussions. If you want to incorporate that into the motion, then we're going to have to go back to Commissioner Marone and ask him how he wants to amend the motion.
To the extent that it requires clarity after our subsequent discussion, I'd amend the motion to instruct the city attorney to use, at his discretion, the resources, including outside counsel, to conduct this multifaceted investigation.
Commissioner Frislowski, do you agree with that?
Yes.
So Commissioner Growls?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay.
Next item is 5A, ordinances and amending the St. Pete Beach firefighters retirement system.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask the commission to defer the reading of the second, defer the second reading of this ordinance. We've been asked by the Florida retirement system to have a special election of all of the people in the fire department prior to them joining FRS. And if we approve this motion, then this basically modifies our pension program and closes the ability of people to get into this pension program. And if for some reason the vote to join FRS fails, then we will be left without any pension program for our firefighters. So my intent is to bring this back the moment that we get the approval from the firefighters to join FRS. So I want to, it's deferred to no time certain, but just deferred for that very reason.
So my understanding is, we found out just recently that there's a 90-day window, that in order to join FRS, there's a 90-day waiting period, and then there needs to be a separate vote by the union members to join FRS or not join FRS.
Correct.
And we had the assumption that by the previous vote, that was already covered. And then we learned that...
Because the previous board approved the contract amendments, which included joining FRS, but FRS wants a vote just on that issue alone.
So again, I'm going to come back to these issues that I always ask is, why didn't we know this? Because now we're 90 days, we have to wait 90 days, and does that allow the firefighters, the union members, the 30-some-odd employees to join FRS this year, or does that now delay it for another year until October of '24?
No, it just delays it to the effective date or whenever we're going to join. So whether that's October 1, November 1, it's not necessarily a year cycle.
Because I'm really concerned, and how, to be very honest, how you know, where the learning point, how we missed this between the city's, the city's HR team. We already had the discussion. We didn't use a labor attorney on the city side, so nobody highlighted the fact. The unions, I'm assuming the union would have a labor attorney. They didn't raise it, and I would have expected if they raised it, then we would have been yelled at appropriately. Hey guys, there's the 90-day period here. What are you doing? Why didn't you guys go implement this thing? And here we are on the night of the meeting. We were ready to go move forward, and we can't move forward.
Right, and there was also a pension board attorney who wrote this ordinance.
I understand, but...
Right. So yeah, Andrew's side didn't review it, but the pension board's attorney did review the ordinance, right?
So, well, the question is, do we have the right pension board attorney? I'll let the union go deal with their own attorney. How do you miss this? This is this is a state statute. I don't think it's a new one. Anyway, we are where we are, but I think we could have avoided this, and I think it creates ill will amongst our members, but we are where we are.
How long will it take to get the members to vote? And I mean, what's the next step? What do we have to do to get this thing through?
Yeah, we're trying to expedite that, and I'll send you the timetable. I am meeting with all of the firefighters over the next 3 days, so I can personally explain to them what's going on with this. So meeting with all the shifts.
It's a 90-day period, waiting period.
Right.
And it's not, so when did the clock start? Do we know?
That's what I need to send you, right?
And then there's a vote by the members. I think there's 30-some-odd members.
All of the pension board members.
Pension board or pension?
Pension, people who qualify to be in the fire pension system, sorry.
And they all have to vote. My understanding is they all have to vote, show up and vote, and if they don't show up and vote, it could pass. If one person shows up and says no, the whole thing fails.
Right.
Okay. So,
and hopefully they haven't changed their mind that this is a better option for them, but.
And yeah, we need to, I don't know, Coleman's here, we can have barbecue day that day, making sure everybody shows up.
Right.
So when did you know about this?
Today is Tuesday, Friday.
Okay. So when, at the beginning of the meeting, we had the discussion about the agenda,
yes,
why was it not removed at that time?
I meant to. I think I told all of you guys that I was thinking of doing this.
I don't think we're allowed to, since we advertised it. I don't think we can just drop, we were able to drop it out of the agenda, because it's been advertised, so
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Vice Mayor Curl. That is correct. That is a city clerk function, and I did advertise this for a public hearing per statute, so we can't just remove it. We have to read the title, we have to open the public hearing, we have to allow anyone who's currently present the opportunity to come forward and speak. So we cannot remove ordinances at any point in time that have been advertised according to statute. These ordinances are both on here, we're both advertised.
So we can defer it to a date certain or a date uncertain?
Which then means that you don't have to re-advertise it?
No, I'm hearing 90 days, that my recommendation would be to never not re-advertise if it's that long.
If
Now,
it's
if you're
90
asking
days,
to
okay.
continue it to the next meeting, that would be a different story, and my advice to you would be that's fine, we can do a motion to continue. But I'm hearing 90 days, and I think it's the best to re-advertise and give notice back out to the public to attend the meeting and have the opportunity to be heard.
So
Thank you
I
for
also
that-
want to.
thank you for that advice.
Like, is the pension attorney going to handle this? I mean, because I had, again, I think I mentioned last time, I had no involvement. I wasn't invited to the collective bargaining process or any of that. So I don't know that. I mean,
Okay.
you know what I mean? This is kind of odd.
We learning a lot with this one, but, okay, so we need to read it? And
Yes,
then-
I'll go ahead and read it, and then we need to open the public hearing, ask if anyone is there to speak, and then we can just let it die and say we're going to re-advertise for the next available,
Okay.
whenever that happens. So ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 66, Pensions and Retirement, Article 4, Firefighters Retirement System, Division 1, generally, Section 66-252, Benefit Freeze and Maximum Benefit, Section 66-253, Membership, Section 66-254, Contributions, Division 2, Administration, Section 66-291, Board of Trustees, Section 66-297, Plan Closed to New Firefighters, Participation in the Florida Retirement System, Sections 66-298 to 66-325, Reserved, Division 3, Benefits, Section 66-339, Benefits, effective January 1st, 2013, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date. I have no comment cards, but I recommend that you ask if there's anyone present that'd like to speak.
Do we have anyone present that would like to speak?
The union's here if you'd like to hear from us on our side.
We certainly would love to hear from you.
Stuart Henneberger, I'm Vice President of Pinellas County Firefighters, Local 4966. I'm also a member of the fire department here. The city brought the FRS to us on their behalf. We TA'd it 11/21 of 22. So they should have already known what was entailed in getting FRS. We finally TA'd the whole contract 12/15 of 22. We're in an expired contract right now. Excuse me. We held a vote for the contract and for the ordinance change 12/27 and 28, and we gave it all to the city at that point. So I don't know why we've been held this long to finally get up here. We already met the 90 days if we were here earlier this year. But I think we waited for session to see what happened with FRS. So
Can you tell the commission what TA means?
TAs tentatively agreed.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
So we agreed on it. We agreed on it. Vince brought it in 11/21. We agreed on the FRS and the changes to our current plan. So we've been trying to work for this October date. Now it's been pushed out further and further. So if you have any questions,
Is there a chance we can still make that October date?
we called the state ourselves. I don't think we will.
So what's special about the October date?
That's just the date we put in there. We were trying to get it for our plan because it's a physical year. So the city put in that date that they would stop any members joining our current plan right now. And then all new members would go to there.
As of October of '23. So if we're not going to make the date, what happens to our contract?
People will continue to go into the old pension system until we can put them into the new pension system. But you understand the risk that I'm concerned about is I don't want you guys to be without pension.
I understand.
Because, right.
I understand not being without pension, but we could maybe get the improvements to the current plan at some point.
Yeah, and we can probably work on a schedule for that, absolutely.
Okay.
So if you have any questions, I'm just here to ask questions.
None from me, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we need a motion to, nope.
No, you don't need to do a motion. We have acknowledged the process. It'll be written in the minutes.
Okay.
Item 6A, live streaming meeting.
I'm sorry.
No, 6B, 5B.
We have one more
I
ordinance.
thought we did all of them.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ordinances 5B.
Ordinance 2020-305, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 66, Pensions and Retirement, Article 2, General Employees Retirement System, Division 2, Administration, Section 66-66, Board of Trustees, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date. I have no
Do
comment.
we have any public comments? All right, we'll move on to item 6A, live streaming.
No, we need a vote.
We need to adopt
You need
this
to-
one.
Sorry.
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Frizlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, third time's the charm. 6A, live streaming.
The discussion items now.
That's a discussion item, yep.
Okay.
I think the city manager had some comments on that.
Yeah, we send you a report, which is included in your agenda. And based on my discussion with staff, I think the video recording of it puts a lot of, mid-level professionals into an environment that they're really not used to, not comfortable with. There's a lot of back and forth discussions that happen among them at the technical level, that somebody is making a suggestion about something, and they go back and forth and modify those suggestions. So it's a very collaborative, interactive process that's going on. So it's not a formal meeting like this. It's more a meeting where everybody is, jumping out on ideas and suggestions and everything else in terms of trying to, give us the proper information about the recommendations that they're going to make. I think that having more detailed minutes is probably a good, balance, a good counter to that. I saw what one of the residents had regarding Clearwater and how they provide detailed minutes of those meetings, and I think that should suffice. I mean, the meetings are open to the public. We have had multiple people attend the meetings when it is really an important issue to them. And that's my recommendation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
No, look, I read the memo, so thank you to the city clerk and city manager for putting this together and providing your perspective. I'm just wondering, more than wondering, but what problem, as I always ask, what problem are we trying to solve? The TRC is not a decision-making body. It's we bring in technical professionals to review an application and provide their conclusions, advice, counsel, and recommendation to us as a commission. I am very hesitant to do anything that stifles them from being open and candid with each other, because they all of a sudden now are being videotaped or whatever. We're not, sorry, videotape's an old word, shows my age. But they're being recorded. part of me says this is unfortunately a lack of trust in what this team is doing, and we're picking up on only CUP applications. So it demonstrates to me that there's a group of residents who don't feel, or feel that they're not involved enough, or they're questioning CUPs. We saw a long presentation today about CUPs, one particular CUP. That one hasn't come. I'll speak for myself. I'm not familiar with that one in the least, except, conceptually, hey, this is what, the property owner wants to do. Because that recommendation hasn't come forward, and I asked the city manager. So by putting in, taking mid-level staff and then stifling them, I think that's going to hurt us. The meetings are open. We're meeting state statute. I find it interesting, we can always learn from other cities. I'm the first one to say, we can benchmark. I've heard the message loud and clear for many months now. We don't want to be like Clearwater, I guess, except in this instance. So if it's a matter of minutes and the staff's okay with that, and we have the ability and the internal structure to get, to publish minutes, and that solves, that can raise the level, then I say okay. But if it's going to be, quite frankly, a big deal and a big workload driver, I think everyone's flat out with their work. I don't know who's got extra time to do this work, because I'm not convinced that there's really a problem we're needing to solve. It's one that I'm disappointed to see, that it comes down to a lack of trust in what our technical staff is doing. So long answer is say, I don't want to stifle the creativity and the ability of our technical staff to have the, I'm assuming at times there are very frank conversations that go on that we all have, sometimes behind closed doors, and that we don't want to be, public. So that's my view on this. Thank you.
I would agree with you, Commissioner Grill. The last thing I think we want to do is to, like you say, stifle any creativity because somebody is afraid that they're being videotaped and they're going to say the wrong thing. If there's minutes that can be had easily, then I think that would be something, but I agree.
What would the process be? I don't know who to even direct this question to, I guess city manager. What would the process be to develop minutes? Who would be taking the minutes and who would be publishing the minutes? And then are we going to get...
City clerk.
That's the responsibility of the city clerk. I'm thinking that there's a new...
I don't think so.
I just want to make it real clear right now that the city clerk's office has never been invited to take minutes for the TRC meeting, first of all. Second of all, we do not take minutes for union negotiations. So I just want to make it clear the city clerk has roles, and these are two places that we do not conduct minutes in. I do have minutes, but if you all know by my minute taking, it's very technical, right? It's detailed. It's kind of an art. And I cannot say that the people who handle TRC can do that the way that maybe the residents are wanting to try to help with that lack of trust that they have. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. They have this lack of trust, right? And perhaps if better minute taking happened, maybe that would help alleviate some of that instead of going right into videotaping. That's an option. I am available. I'm here. I am happy to take minutes. I've been doing it for 11 years. Perfectly capable of doing that.
And I think that would be a great process. I agree.
And you have the time in your schedule to do this?
I will make time for everybody to make sure that it's done correctly. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the process if we decide to do this, but I'm still back to the point, what problem are we trying to solve?
Well, I think we've heard from enough residents of the last however long, today included, that they clearly want more transparency.
But is there a lack of transparency today?
They seem to think so. And from what I understand, is the room where the TRC is held has a TV with a camera. We can turn it on, we can live stream it. And as far as, the meetings that I've been to, the employees that are in that TRC meeting are the exact same employees who come here before this podium and then talk about the different conditional use applications, because they're the ones that have those conversations, those decisions. So to me, the argument that they're not comfortable in front of the camera holds no water at all, because they're the same ones that sit here in a much bigger audience.
I beg to differ.
Think we're having difficult conversations all the time. We're having them right now, right? But I mean, we put ourselves in this position, but you're working in a public office. All of your emails, all of your meetings, all of your communication is subject to public records. Why not the TRC meeting?
No, we didn't really put ourselves in this position because the people that came up in front of this commission to make allegations, whether valid or erroneous, had no support for the allegations that something nefarious is happening in these meetings, some collusion, some coercion, some bad actors. I haven't seen any evidence of bad actors, and I haven't heard any sound basis for suspicion. If I had, I'd be the first guy to say there should be a camera on everybody. But I haven't seen any evidence of that problem. There may be people out here right now, they're going to come up and say, I'll show you evidence of that problem. It happened. These 3 people were colluding because they wanted X, Y, and Z to be done that way. They like so-and-so, or they know so-and-so. Or they were coerced by a department head to do it. If that's happening, that's a problem. That's a lot bigger problem than when we got videotapes on them or not.
But they're not a decision-making body.
They're not.
We are the decision-making body.
But they make recommendations that I will say 90% to 95% of the time, we really rely on their recommendations.
Right, but we can also reject. We have the ability to reject it.
We make the final decision on those recommendations.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been plenty of CUPs that have come up that I've disagreed with, or specific items that I've disagreed with. I just don't want to stifle the creativity. And yes, the people do come up in front and they do stand here, but there's also a prep process, just like we have a prep process that I'll be the first one to say some of the conversations I have in prep for this meeting with the city manager and the city attorney, I don't say here. Because it's not for public consumption, and it's not for everybody's ears.
I think it's part of that work atmosphere that we were talking about earlier. And we're up here we can up here take hits. That's what we do. These are day-to-day operations, and you don't want to be go over have that meeting today. It's on video. I got to watch what I say. We always have to kind of watch what you say, but you know.
Well, I
think it changes the atmosphere of the employees. So those are my thoughts.
Last point. Where do you draw the line? So there's a lack. Okay, we have a lack of transparency. The innuendo of a lack of transparency on the TRC, as Commissioner Marone said, based on without any evidence. So what about now we have concerns raised about public records requests? So, okay, let's put a camera in the city clerk's office when the clerk's team starts pulling together records requests. Or let's put something together in the building permit department, in the community development, as they go through building permits, because we don't think they're issuing building permits right. Where do you draw the line? And again, what is the problem we're trying to solve? The meetings are open. We're meeting the state requirements. They're public meetings. People can come to the meetings. I think we've got much bigger issues that we need to tackle as a commission. Thank you.
Any public comments?
So I have Amy Auerbach. She did identify her board as requested on these new speaker cards. I just want to make that clear that we did update the speaker card. Yes. And she did identify that she is speaking as an individual and on behalf of the board that she is representing. And I failed to mention that Mr. Kurzman did the same thing, so I want to acknowledge that he did that too. And Ms. Schechner. Sorry. Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, Amber. Amy Auerbach, 46th Avenue, St. Pete Beach. I just want to say how dreadfully sorry I am that we did not communicate effectively, or that I did not communicate effectively about our desire to have technical review committees recorded. It is not about the staff. We have utmost confidence in the staff of the city to be able to do their functions. We would like the technical review committee to be recorded so that applicants who come in, we can understand what they're saying, how they're positioning their products, their projects, so that we can understand what is documented in their applications versus how they come and speak about their applications. These things are very complicated, the ones that are coming up, and we really just want to be able to hear at our schedule, since some of us have jobs, kind of how these petitioners are coming in and describing the work that they intend to do, so that we can all understand what their intent for their projects are and how they are understanding our ordinances and how they are reacting to our ordinances and what their expectations are for the projects that they are presenting, through this whole process. So I just want to make sure that I'm on the record that the staff that are part of the technical review committee, I know a lot of them, I communicate with some of them via email. They do a great job, and I know they will continue to do a great job. We're interested in hearing what the petitioners have to say.
If I may ask, can you clarify, who's the "we" that you're referring to? Because
Me and the mouse in my pocket. I apologize.
Sorry?
Me and the mouse in my pocket. It's just me for now. So.
Royal we.
Yes, the royal we. So I can come back with some more we's, but that's the point. The point is, the team at the city is fine. We want to hear what the petitioners have to say.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Excuse me, Edna Hicks.
Edna Hicks, 46th Avenue, St. Pete Beach. It's not about lack of trust with the staff at all. It's just a lot of us, I'm going to second some of what Amy said, some of us work, so we can't be there. I don't know why you feel that they're going to be stifled. I'm actually an engineer by training. I had meetings. I was a lead engineer. My people talked, and I like to hear what they say. I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing. So I don't know why we're saying it's stifled. It's more transparency for information only. So
is there a lack of transparency today?
Not here, but we can't be at the technical review meetings. I work.
So you feel there's a lack of transparency from the technical review meetings?
No, but if we can record them, we can hear them. If we can't be there, how do we know, what's going on? And it's for information purposes. I think they're doing a good job too.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Deborah Schechner.
Deborah Schechner, Vocasega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. Quite frankly, I'm insulted by some of the comments from the commissioners. Blaming residents, again. I was at the last TRC meeting, and the applicant was zoomed in. So clearly, the people who are at that commission meeting, the TRC staff, are comfortable talking on a camera. It's the lack of knowledge. We have huge developments coming. The only way we're going to know not only how the TRC is talking to them and how they're responding is to have them recorded. Minutes are great, but everybody knows you don't know the tone. You don't see the face with minutes. I'm tired right now of some who are accusing us, and I really find it. From the city manager, Mark, you keep saying, well, what's the transparency? What's the problem? There is no problem. The staff is great. I've been to 2 or 3 of those meetings, including the one the other day. You glean so much knowledge from what the applicant is saying, how they're looking, what their concerns are, what they agree with, what they don't agree with. So please, don't turn it back on us. Knowledge is power for a community. And I will say, many people want to see the TRC. The staff is great. There's no fireworks. There's congeniality. I'm welcomed when I come. During a break, I'm even asked, what did I think of how that went? Please, it's not about our lack of trust. It's our lack of knowledge that's important. Thank you.
I don't see a downside with streaming it. I mean, again, we have the capability. There's no reason for us not to turn it on and just use it. Record the meetings. There's no downside I can see. The question I have is why certain elements in the city are so reluctant to have it recorded. I've been to those meetings, and I can tell you that the things that I heard in the meetings from the applicants shocked me. And if we had recordings of those, anyway, I will make a motion that we record the TRC meetings. Do we have a second? Motion does not carry. 6B. We have an urgent call to oppose new offshore drilling and protect Florida's coast.
Yeah, thank Mr. Mayor. I think we all received this email. I think we all received this email. But I wanted to, since they're asking us as a city to sign up to this, I just thought we'd have a quick discussion to make sure that we're all in sync as we represent the city. So for those in the audience who haven't read this, this is an organization that's asked us to sign our agreement, sorry, it's getting late, sign our agreement opposing offshore drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. We had signed, I guess, last time in 2018. It was signed by the mayor on behalf of the city. This time they're asking each of the commissioners to sign. So I wanted to just bring it here to have a quick discussion, make sure everybody's in agreement. Robin Miller's here from the Chambers. We traded some emails, and the Chamber's behind this, of course, as well as some discussion from our other statewide elected and state elected officials opposing this. Certainly the spill in the Gulf, we all remember, unfortunately, maybe too well. So I think this is something that we should do, and I'll just leave it at that.
I remember the effect on our city here, the economically and everything else, and I think it definitely is important that we all sign on and agree to this.
I think I tried to hit that link and it didn't work, so I didn't see what the actual language was. So I guess the question is, are we all going to sign on individually? Are we going to do a resolution?
They asked us to sign individually because I think they want power in numbers this time. Rob, you want to share anything?
Okay.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, the Chamber has signed on, but I actually am the state chair for the Gulf Coast Business Coalition. So we go all the way from the Panhandle down. That's what this representation is. So they do want each of you to sign on individually, but we also are asking the commissions if they would just reissue their resolution. And what we're asking is we want a permanent ban on drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, and we just are basically communicating that to the Biden administration right now.
Thank you.
So do we need
a motion to reissue a resolution on the banning of offshore drilling?
Anyone have that resolution?
You have a very old one.
Yeah, I would think we'd need to. Do we need to put it on the agenda for
Yeah,
this meeting?
if it's a resolution, we definitely do, and I'd like to take a look at it. I mean, because It may not be I don't know. I know in the Eastern Gulf, there's a ban, but the Western Gulf towards Texas, so there's different, if you look at the oil leases and things like
I'd
that.
like to see the
But I think it's focused on the Eastern Gulf, which is where the ban is, and to maintain it. But, yeah, I think we need to put that on the agenda. Sorry. If it's going to be a resolution, it needs to be put on the agenda.
So just so I'm clear, are we doing this individually now or the next couple of days, or should we wait till the resolution and do everything in one go?
I would like to see the city attorney's opinion on that.
You all, in your official capacities, can do what you like if you feel like as an elected official and you want to sign on to something in your official capacity. But if you're going to act as a body, then, as one, we need to get that resolution onto the agenda. I need to see it. I'm sure it's probably not too complicated.
We should, could we all just sign on individually and then also do a resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the capacity, each of you have the capacity to sign, I assume you have letterhead and you can sign whatever you want.
Oh, it's an online.
Oh, it's an online.
Oh, it's an online thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just tried to pull it up and it didn't work either.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll get the resolution in 2 weeks to you on the agenda.
Audience comments? We're on to item 6C, stormwater. Commissioner Frizlowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think we all know, whatever it was, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we had a torrential rainstorm. I know at my house I have a 5-inch rain gauge, and it topped the rain gauge. So, we had an inordinate amount of flooding. District 3 is unfortunately probably one of the lower areas of our community, so we had issues all over the place, but especially in the Don Cesar area. And so I have kind of brought this issue up before at the city commission level, but I'd like to kind of more formalize it. And as you know, we passed that study to, do the engineering to take a look at that. But I think we have to have a multi-pronged effort to solve these issues. Some of those we've been talking with the Don Cesar Association about because the seawalls are private. It's hard to get each individual person to redo their seawall, but it's going to need to be done over time. It's long past due. So I know I brought it up in the commission meeting, and I brought it up at a Don meeting where 3 of us were there, that I'd like the city to be proactive and send a letter to the association formally saying we would like to help out in this effort. If they have the power in the association to bring all of their members together, at least the ones that own the seawalls, and if they'll commit to provide the funding for the seawalls, we will provide the mechanism to, and I've talked to the city manager, but I want to bring it up here. We could provide the cohesion to help manage it, because obviously, if you're going to do all those seawalls generally at one time or over a period of time, the economy of scale would be a whole lot better than each individual property owner trying to replace their seawall. So if it's okay with the commission, I would like to have it formalized so we can get things going, cooperate closely with the association, and that can be done, because that's going to be a big effort, take a lot of time and effort to do it. That can work together, hopefully, with this engineering study that we get done, and talk about everything from the logistics to the funding to all those types of things.
Then maybe once we have this in place, we could use it in other parts of the city also.
Yes, right. It's desperately needed in this area, so I thought it's a perfect place to start.
Yep.
Did I miss anything, city manager?
Well, once that motion gets approved, I have a request from the Don Cesar HOA that I want to bring it up to the commission. So it's a related discussion, so I want to just do it now. I was going to do it under reports, but it's a related discussion, so I'll bring that up after you finish with your...
Should I put that in the form of a motion? I didn't know how formal we need to make it. Okay.
I think so.
I'll make a motion to ask the city manager administration to write a letter to the Don Cesar Property Owners Corporation asking formally if they would be wanting to coordinate and cooperate with us for the efficiency of having the seawalls replaced in the Doncaster neighborhood.
Second.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Frizowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gross?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item, 6.
So, excuse me, there's a companion item that I was trying to address, if I may. I received a letter that came from the Doncaster Property Owners Corporation. They have obtained a grant from the St. Pete Beach Living Shoreline, from the Tampa Bay Estuary Program and Restore America Estuaries. And the grant is for a total of $84,000 to help really design living shorelines in that neighborhood. And the idea is that the designs are going to be able to be replicated into some of those areas. So if you're looking at building new seawalls, building the living shorelines in front of those seawalls will be kind of related to that. So I want to bring this up. They're asking us for a local share of $39,000, which we can take that from the $760,000 that was allocated for that neighborhood this year. If the commission is in agreement, then I'll prepare the documents. So you're not making a decision voting on that tonight. You're just simply saying, yeah, we are in generally okay with start preparing documents to award the money to the HOA. Betty's here if you need to ask questions from her, but I think this is good use of city funds because the design is going to be able to be replicated. So I think it has citywide benefits, even though the design is specifically going to be addressing, I believe, 5 homes in the area, right? 3 homes in the area.
So it's $120,000 roughly?
It's $84,000 total with $39,000 match from us.
Which is about 100 and...
No, 84 total.
Yeah, we pay.
No, it's not 84 plus 39, it's
Right.
84 total.
Okay.
Yes, 39
It's a
from
matching
us.
grant.
Right.
So 84K, 3 homes.
Miss,
Please come to the...
yeah, Ms. Rizwick, if you wouldn't mind coming.
Anyway, this does work in conjunction with what?
Betty Resnicki, President of the Doncaster Property Owners Corporation. And I also have Thomas Reese, who is the President CEO of Ecosphere, who helped write the grant that was approved already by the Tampa Bay Estuary. So he could explain more about the technical aspects of engineering, permitting, design, and how it can be replicated throughout all the homes. I think it covered, if I remember, 2,000 linear square feet of seawall that can be addressed using this grant or these plans. So if you had questions, he's here too for that.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes here. I know it's been a long evening. Again, Tom Reese, I'm president of Ecosphere Restoration Institute. We're a nonprofit organization. We specialize in the last 20 years of working with public-private partnerships. And what we've been able to do, we applied for a grant from the Tampa Bay Estuary Program to come up with a design when these seawalls are being replaced so that they have a uniform height, and more importantly, they provide some resiliency to the seawall and provide ecosystem services. This grant will pay for the design of 3 locations that are all three home residents are right next to each other, working with the city because the city owns part of the property out there. But the unique thing about it, this design, signed and sealed by the engineers, will be handed out to all the residents. So they don't have to pay for this. And then all they have to do is get the local permits and put them in. So this is a very unique thing, and I think it's very progressive by the city to do it. And so part of the grant is the city's match of $39,000. So that's a short story. I can answer any questions if you'd like.
Perfect. That kind of goes along with what we were just talking about, too. They can work kind of in concert with one another.
Can you repeat that?
I think it's good that you brought this up because it's going to work in concert with our objective and can work concurrently, I believe.
I agree.
Okay, good, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So if I hear no objection, then I'll prepare the item to award the money to them, put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item 6D. Commissioner Marone, your request to move the CUP?
Yeah, I'm requesting that the CUP that's set for the next meeting, I believe it's the Red, White, and Booze Cup application, that it be moved to the following meeting, because I will not be present for the next meeting. It is in my district. I'm pretty familiar with the cup application, and I won't say any more about it, other than I think it's necessary for the commission as a whole to hear from me, and I think that the residents in that my district would expect me to be here, and I think that's the right thing for us to do, is to make sure I'm here for that.
I'm good with it.
What is the status of that? Has it been advertised at all? Nothing? Nothing? It hasn't? No signs or anything like that? Okay, right.
Can't go as far as I'm aware, because it has to be advertised in the Tampa Bay Times. The Tampa Bay Times scheduling, we all know, is jacked up, and so Wednesday it would have had to been advertised this week, and I didn't get advertised.
Okay, all right. Then I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So which date are we putting it on then?
Instead of being the 27th,
July 11th.
First meeting in July, right?
July 11th.
Okay. So we'll put that on the agenda for July 11th.
Thank you.
Great. All right, next we have, any public comments on that? I think we had one earlier, but, okay. Next item, 6E, Operations Yard Wall Expansion, Change Order 1. Commissioner Grill?
Yes, I discussed with the city manager yesterday and asked if we could just get a holistic view, because we seem to be finding things and as we go through this project, and my question is how deep is this going to go in this change order? Because I understand we found things and we thought we could use the foundation from the old police station, and we thought the wall was going to be 6 feet. Now we want to raise it to 8 feet. So that was the request.
Yeah, Mike knows what the questions are, and he's ready to answer all of that.
Mike Clark, Public Works Director. Thank you, Commissioner Grill, for the opportunity to explain the process. A lot of folks, engineers out there, will say, well, why don't you design this project completely and fully and totally and just let it out to bid and just go ahead and build this thing? Well, my experience over the last 40 years with renovations, even ones that are outside like this, is a renovation never, ever goes the way that you think it's going to go. There are always things out there that you don't catch. And so in doing so, thinking about that, I thought, well, let's go ahead and move the things that we absolutely know are not going to change and get that piece in place. And as we do that demolition and removal of infrastructure to clear the way, to open things up, all the things that we might not be positive about will then appear. And then we can handle that as a change order to the base document without having to make any guesses, without having to second guess ourselves, without having to place any money in play that might not be appropriately placed. In other words, we might not have had enough, or we didn't, or we had too much. So in this way, it's incremental in our approach. We knew exactly what we were going to do that was probably 99% not going to change. And then in so doing that demolition, we uncovered the things that we might not have caught if we had done a full-up design, and those are before you now, and I listed those out. We did not catch and survey the elevation difference between the inside and the outside of the yard, the old yard. And we did not catch that the placement of all of our vehicles, supplies, materials, equipment, and vehicle movements really did require the removal of the islands that we had, which incorporated the removal of the fire hydrant, which incorporated the removal of the Duke Energy street light that we had out there. And so, but we never spent any money in doing any of that. But So what I'm asking for is basically the second half of the outside project to encompass or enclose the operations yard. Now that the whole thing is exposed, there are no more hidden surprises. We don't have anything else going on out there. This completes that project. You can consider it to be a very certain phase 2. So I absolutely do not expect that there's any more depth to this thing outside. The entire project has been exposed for what it is, and we did not spend any additional money or do anything different than we uncovered. It's not a normal way of going forward, but again, as I said, my experience with renovations is that renovations are always not what you think they are when you're going into them.
So how much did we budget for this project?
500,000. In its totality.
Right.
With all the different phases.
So now we think we're going to come in at 330?
Well, the project started out as expand the yard and improve the working conditions inside the building itself. And so there was a phase 1 is the yard, phase 2 is the building. Let's get the yard done first. It's less complicated. We'll go into the structure later on. So in so doing, the yard is now taking us the original amount plus this amount. So that takes a lot of the $500,000. So we are not going to be able to achieve the goals that we had set with the original value of the funding, which is okay. The building is not going to fall down, but we do need a new roof. That's a new one on us, and so that'll consume the rest of the $500,000. And this fiscal year, we will not be able to get inside the building. I will be requesting a follow-on capital project for FY24 or 25 that will go ahead and extend the project work inside the building to improve the living conditions, most importantly to give our blue-collar workforce a place to be able to shower, go to the bathroom. Their workspaces need to be aligned a little bit better so that their storage, their bench stock, their tools, materials, machinery all fit in the space a little bit better. Over the last 20 years, the interior of the building has serviced us well for what we have done. But as we move forward for the next 20 years, which is what this project is looking at, this is the next 20 years, how does that building need to be utilized and shaped and for the workforce that we have now and we project for the future? And in so doing that, we did invite all 3 operations managers and their staff, all the blue-collar workforce, to come together with the design firm to walk the building, offer their ideas, and this is the people that use the building, their ideas for how that space would be better configured for their purposes to serve the city. And so now we have a 3-phase approach. It is not fully funded. We'll get that money identified and request it in another phase. But the exterior is absolutely a very, very significant improvement for all 3 of our operational staff offices. And then the roof, of course, well, it preserves the building. It's not a catastrophic situation, but it's one that needs to be addressed sooner than later, the roof. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
So have they done enough investigation now that you feel confident there won't be any more change orders related to this?
Not to the exterior, outside, no. I think the yard will be complete with this change order. I don't see anything else coming your way.
Because there was one phrase in here that had me a little bit concerned. Remember in the last commission meeting I mentioned I remember when they poured that concrete, it's a mat foundation. So it's a giant, thick foundation. Part of this here is that a new foundation has been designed and a removal of the existing concrete is required. Did they realize it's a mat foundation?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
So we talked about this back and forth in our TRC, so to speak.
Okay.
So setting the wall on top of the existing foundation.
I don't need all the detail. I just want to make sure they're aware of what's going on, because if
We're
they
not
didn't
gonna-
excavate that.
We're not going to cut the entire, no, we're not cutting out the entire mat foundation.
Okay.
We're going to go down, I believe, 18 inches.
Okay, so they know what they're doing.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
In general, if we just drilled our steel rebar into the existing concrete, and we place the concrete block on top of that, it will not withstand the overturning moment of 150 mile an hour wind.
Okay.
We've got to go down into that concrete 18 inches to reduce the moment.
Okay.
That would push that wall over with. And so that was an engineering thing that we found as part of the uncovering of the whole project.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any audience comments? Do we have a motion to approve the change order?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve change order 1 with Caladace Construction Company in the amount of $57,887.74 for operations yard wall expansion.
Second the motion.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Moran?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Mayor Petrulla?
Yes.
Motion carries. And before we go on to the next item, I just wanted to make a clarifying statement. I was not made aware that we did advertise for the CUP. Commissioner Moran, I wasn't copied on that, so it has been advertised for the 27th. That's not to be said we cannot open it and continue, much like we did the ordinance this evening, much like we did with a prior CUP that I can share with you the history of that if you need that emailed out to you. So it has been advertised, has to go on there so you'll see it, but it doesn't mean we have to go through and make any approvals. Okay? So I just want you guys to be aware of that.
Is there something that can be put on the agenda that notifies residents that they don't have to come up and say the intention is to?
Yes, we can put it in there. So you know on your agenda packet how I put in bold your action request? We can outline it right there.
Okay, perfect. That'd help, I think, wouldn't it?
You all can go ahead and educate the constituents.
So this means
Amber, are these the mailouts and the sign on the sign on the property?
It's going to be. Right, correct.
Okay, as long as that happens.
Just with that, I did receive a text message from a staff member that the mailings have gone out. I do not know about the sign on the property. Commissioner Moran, you live in the district. I don't know.
I've not seen it. I've seen, but here's the thing. I don't know what the numbers are because they have the signs on the property for other things, but I think not.
Time for the sign is 10 days, if I'm correct, which would be not today. Obviously, that's still, they have time for that. As far as mailings going, and like I said, with the Tampa Bay Times advertising schedule, it's going to be in the newspaper tomorrow, so you might see it. And that's the issue.
And will somebody from the city notify the applicant too?
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay, good.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Before we go on to the next action item, would somebody like to make a motion to maybe extend the meeting till 10:15?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Petrulla?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item we have is 6F.
E.
Success, which was 3E.
It's F.
Yeah.
Agreement with PayPoint HR LLC. Commissioner Grill?
This one, thank you, that I asked to just have a quick discussion, clarification. So this is a salary survey that we've talked about for some time now. It's good to get it going. I just wanted to clarify that the scope, and I had discussed this with the assistant city manager or CFO previously, to clarify that the survey will cover every employee that receives a paycheck from St. Pete Beach, which would be all employees, everyone in this room, except for the city attorney, because they're on an invoice basis. It's not a employment type position. So if everyone's okay with that, we can move on. But the city manager asked me, since it covers...
Because, yeah, it is covering the mayor, the commissioners, and the city clerk, right, which they don't work for me. I just wanted to get confirmation from the commission that that was the intent of the class and comp study. You're lucky.
That way we have, to me, that way we have a survey that covers everybody, and as we know, these salary surveys, you take them for what they're worth, but at least it's a good benchmarking to what's going on outside.
Do we have a motion?
Do we need a motion for that?
Well, we need to approve the contract.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with PayPoint HR for an employee classification and compensation study in the amount of $32,500.
Second.
Do we have any audience comments? City Clerk, please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Morrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kraus?
Yes.
Mayor Kurtolo?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, lastly, we have staff reports. City Clerk.
Yelling at you. Yes, so the city attorney and I, we did our trainings. And we did one on June 1st in the morning, and then we did a follow-up on June 9th last week in the afternoon. We tried to accommodate, morning shift and an afternoon shift, and we did get majority of your appointees and staff, so it was a requirement for some staff if they received the email, they needed to sign up to attend unless they had a discussion with me, which was with one of the employees, and I had excused them. So I have my list here. We had 7 appointees that did not attend, 3 employees that did not attend. We had 4 appointees who did communicate to me that they couldn't attend. And I had 2 employees that did communicate to me that they could not attend. So at least there was some dialogue. They just at least gave me that respect there. No response. We had 2 appointees, Natalie Connor and Melinda Fletcher. They never responded to my emails or signed up for either of those dates. And appointee Holly Young, she did sign up, however, she did not attend, and she has not communicated to me about that. So that's where we're at.
I should be on the list because I was on vacation both times, so.
One of the ones that communicated to me.
Oh, okay.
So
But just so everyone knows, I didn't.
I wasn't going to mention your name. It's only the people that was failed to have some type of communication.
So what's the plan for,
So I don't know.
how do we cover these people?
I love doing the presentations.
They should be required to meet with us in the clerk's office.
Yeah, so I guess to Matthew's point, our heartburn a little bit is kind of like this was the first time, right? And we put a lot of effort into it. I know I personally spent over a month on it, and I'm super proud of it, as I know the 2 attorneys are super proud of it. So I had 2 feelings about this. I echo what he's saying because we do ask for signatures, so they are going to stay with the file. That in case they do not listen to us, we can say, excuse me, you attended and you signed this and you acknowledge that you received the training, and this is the expectation of you. So one of 2 things. I don't, we did record them, so that I have those. They haven't been pushed out yet because of the people that did not attend. I don't want them to just watch it without having some type of communication with the 3 of us. I'm not sure that I just want to put it out there without having some type of secure, like, understanding that they are actually doing it. Because of all of the appointees that did attend and put the effort in to attend, I understand that things come up, and I'm not negating the fact that the people that communicated to us probably had plans or something, and I respect that. So that was one issue. The other thought I was thinking was like maybe we could make a makeup session, but that's going to take the 3 of us again aligning our calendars with and hoping that these 10 people actually can do what we need them to do. So
I think, well, there's a few board members, and I won't mention them, that actually recently appointed didn't attend their initial meeting with the clerk either, and then also didn't attend the Sunshine Law presentation. So out of respect to all the other board members and some of the commissioners that made it a point to go, because we did make it a point that it was a requirement. I said it at every board. They should be required to come in here and meet with us. We'll give a quasi-presentation in the clerk's office, and then they can sign the acknowledgement. Because if we just let them sign it, I don't know if they're going to watch it. And the reality is, it's vital, especially for the new board members and the groups and the people. I just think it's very important that they get this presentation.
So the city charter has a provision for most boards that if a board member misses 3 consecutive meetings, right? So they've missed city clerk meeting, first sunshine, second sunshine. Maybe we don't count the city clerk one, but especially the non-responsives, I don't think there's any excuse. It's been 2 months. At this point, I'm inclined to say, give them one more chance, give them one more meeting. They don't show up. We need to reappoint somebody who will take it seriously because this is serious.
I appreciate that very much so. I couldn't agree more.
Is that okay with you?
Couldn't agree more.
The
I don't know if it needs to be a public hearing, as long as, if you guys are okay with the clerk in our office deciding what's sufficient and not. It just gets a little redundant when you gave the same presentation twice, but I totally echo what you said. I think it's very important.
You should set a date that makes sense for your schedules, and they show up where they don't.
Okay. Thank you.
I will do that and I'll report back. So that's that. And then you all saw my recent email, I hope, about the lobbyist registration that occurred today. So in there I also outlined that if you're getting the email, you're a reporting individual. And I blind carboned you all, but I did not blind carbon the employees because I know that was a discussion that we had to identify the individuals that we feel in the city that need to be responsible. So that has been done. And the end of the quarter is June 30th. I told you all that I will send one email, and so I will. I have it on my calendar to send one email with a copy of the quarterly report, a reminder of who has registered, and a deadline of submittal to me.
Thank you.
And then after that date, I am going to say it's going to be the 10th. So July 10th will be the date, is going to be the 10th of every month, the end of the quarter. And I will come to the city commission and I will tell you who is not.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, city clerk, city manager.
Yeah, only one item. We received an application from the Chamber of Commerce to redo their sign. You are familiar with the sign that they have on Gulf Boulevard. And they basically were looking to get a variance for the modification of the sign. What happened was that when they submitted the survey for the sign, it turns out that the sign is actually on the public right-of-way. It's not inside of the city property. A lot of strange things happening in St. Pete Beach over the years. I don't know how it got to be that, and nobody in the chamber really knows how it got to be that way. But it is. So we have an issue that we have to address. Robin, who's here, discussed the options with her board. Their desire is that we enter into some sort of right-of-way permit for the sign, and if the commission is willing to do that, then I can begin negotiations with the chamber in terms of how do we do that, and in terms of all the conditions that we could put in. But it's kind of an awkward one because typically we issue right-of-way permits for people to put their garbage containers when they're adjacent to the public right-of-way. Other kind of utility type of things, but this is a problem that we just ran into. Like I said, I don't know how it happened. We haven't found any documentation that the city did approve or objected to it before. I don't think anybody had done a survey in years, so it is on the outside of their property. With that, Robin.
And what kind of sign is being
It's a variable message sign that they use to advertise.
But an LED sign?
It's an LED sign.
It is a combination.
It's a combination. It's
The entire sign.
So, look, we have about, 8 minutes before we hit our deadline.
A discussion item or an action item?
Yeah.
I have to go look at the sign, so.
Because we have a sign ordinance coming up that's going to change everything, so,
Yeah, there should be an action item.
Okay, I'm obviously amenable to that because that's the will of the board. But if I may, We did the research, there's no record of it. What we are requesting is a lease for this chamber to lease it from the city. We would continue to have the responsibility to continue the maintenance, keep it up, pay for the sign, replace the digital board. And we have filed our paperwork in accordance with the current sign ordinance. And that sign has been out for 6 months, and we've been trying to get it corrected for that long.
Thank you, City Manager. City Attorney, any?
Yes, real quickly regarding the barge issue. This is the last email. I'll just paraphrase it, a little bit of it. This is from the contractor Gulf and Bay Marine that the barge guy, I guess, partnered with after finding out that they weren't capable of doing it. Okay, so quote, after learning of the scope, we realize the barges that were commissioned cannot be permitted for their intended use as both an observation dock and work vessel. I met with the city last month and told the city we would be happy to provide a proposed solution, which is a dock where the barges could be parked, which is a completely different animal than what you contracted for. Yeah. So my recommendation is we send them a demand letter. You're out of contract. We paid you $90-something thousand, and we want liquidated damages. Give them a deadline. Go from there. Because if you want the barges and you want to do that kind of arrangement, that's a whole different animal, and we can rearrange a new contract for that. But it's, I think you just get your money back, and then if you want to work with this barge guy and have barges docked at a permanent dock, that's a whole different project and a whole different thing than what you originally. So I think the cleanest thing is just to demand your money back and get liquidated damages and go from there. And if you want to take up any secondary proposal for this, I don't know. It's up to you.
I agree.
Okay.
Get the money back.
Get the money back, just start over,
Start
go back to start.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Thank you.
Do we need a motion on that?
No.
Okay.
It's just instructions.
Commissioner Moran?
Nothing from District 4. It was actually a little bit of a quieter weekend than normal, and in the fact that we were full, just not frenetic. I've been working with Alex, especially on the weekends, on code enforcement. Parking enforcement as the residents, one of their top priorities. And I think we've hired or we're hiring?
We're hiring part-timers.
Part-timers.
To help
We finally posted the position. We've got applicants and.
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Just one thing, we have a Bella Vista Civic Association meeting on Thursday, and city manager and Mike Clark both agreed to be there as speakers along with some other speakers, so look forward to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Grow?
We have some parking problems brewing on 59th Ave. We have residents' concerns, beach parking. So what's happening is what's happened on some of the other palms that stick out from Gulf Boulevard in the large resort district. 59th now is experiencing very similar to what happened some years ago on 64th. So the city will be sending out survey to residents to understand what their view is, because right now it's open parking. So we need to, obviously the affected residents on the western portion of some of the fingers off of 59th. You've got people coming to go to the beach. Some claims that the hotels are telling people to park there, et cetera. So before we go change the parking requirements similar to what was done on 64th, there'll be a survey going out through the mail to to residents. That's all I have.
Pretty quiet in District 1.
All right. Only one item, scheduling an emergency meeting for the report by the city attorney on potential investigation. I propose 72 hours notice puts us at Friday. Is that sufficient time, City Clerk? Or Tuesday?
Friday's fine. Andrew?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Where's calendar?
So that's the 16th?
Got 5 minutes.
Yeah, the 16th.
I believe that I can, yes. I mean, I can't speak for the outside council, but I can do the best I can and put something together by, what time are you thinking?
Time is good for everyone. 5, 6,
Early morning,
early morning, 7 a.m., 8 a.m.?
7, sounds
Seven.
good.
What time is,
I'm here at 7.
7 a.m.? No, come on.
time is good for you?
What?
8 a.m.?
I can't.
I'll be in Naples, so I'll be driving up, so what time do you want me to wake up in that? Put it to you that way.
So 8 a.m.?
Wait, no, if he's coming up from Naples for 8 a.m., that's ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
He wakes up at 2 a.m. every morning.
Can you do it now?
could he be on the phone?
You want like 11, you want 11 a.m.?
Okay.
11 a.m.?
There's no way.
1
How
p.m.?
about, could you, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Can you just do it via telephone?
Because I don't think it'd be a very long meeting.
I think that'd be better.
Okay. I can,
That saves you.
yeah, thank you. So that would work out perfectly.
And I can do it at 8, and if it's not gonna last, we're not gonna be here long, right?
I can't imagine us being here long, but I'll do it. Luckily, I can, I think, do it any time.
You definitely do it under an hour.
Or is
So
it
what are we
better?
saying, 8 o'clock?
7:30?
More important,
7:30?
when will you be prepared at 8 in the morning, or is 5 at night better? I mean, we want to make sure that you're prepared. I mean, not just rush it.
Just call in the morning. I'll give you what I can get you, and
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll be on the phone tomorrow working on it, and yeah. We're just talking about a strategy, right? Okay.
So what time are we saying?
8 a.m. Friday the
8
16th.
a.m.?
Friday.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
Coffee?
Meeting is adjourned.